Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, depending on where you are, and welcome to a special Memorial Day weekend TEDxcellence Marathon. Yes, we have before us count them, three different TEDxcellences of different topics, different speakers, different things, but one bingo card. So here's how this is going to work. We will go through each one of these as we usually would with the TEDxcellence, watching it, commentating on it, analyzing it, so on and so forth, marking the bingo card as we go, and then afterwards having a back and forth discussion about any other squares to be circled and debates thereof. But each talk will have its own color code for the sake of the circles on the bingo card. The first one will be green, the next one will be red, and the third one will be blue, just for distinction's sake. And we shall see through either the combination, the overlap, one or the other, how many bingos can we get out of three TEDxcellences and one bingo card? That bingo card is bingo card A for America. Links to the bingo cards are in the description. So there's the setup. But who's joining me for this exciting, possibly brain-damaging excursion on a Saturday of a 3-day weekend? Keeverdam, hello. John Miller, hello. Old Guy Gamer, hello. Funtime Bats, hello. Rotten Corpse, hello. Brittany Holland, hello. And Derek LaRue, dude, again, thank you so much for your generosity and your support, as always. I'm flabbergasted, bowled over, and humbled by it. Speaking of generosity and donations today, real quick before I move on, and thank you again, Derek, so much. Up at the top of the chat box, there's a link there to the donation page of the Gary Sinise Foundation for veterans and their families. So if you happen to have a couple of bucks to spare, please consider donating there first before sending me anything, because I appreciate your generosity. But on this particular day, this particular weekend, and the occasion of Memorial Day, I would ask that you put some thoughts towards our veterans and their families and their needs. And so the Gary Sinise Foundation does a lot of great work for veterans and families in need. So please consider that as well. Thank you so much. Miranda Stone, hello. Jaeger Pony, hello. Mike Savage, Blarg, Ryan R, hello. Found, hello. Spoonie the Rebel, hello. Brett Ide, hello. And that's everybody that I see currently. If you're lurking, if you're in the future, or if you just haven't said hello yet, hello. But yeah, so we have 3 in a row, guys. I don't know how long this is going to go. We'll go for as long as it takes to get through all 3. If it somehow goes far shorter than I imagined, I mean, I have other TEDxcellences to look at. It's not like I'm running low or something, because it is a font that never ends. But either way, our first topic: what astrology can teach us about being human. Okay, now astrology, mind you, not astronomy, not astrophysics, astrology, horoscopes. You know, Mars is in the house of Jupiter through the thing and the stuff. I know very little about astrology. Now, I will say, I have had many friends in my past who were deeply into astrology and tarot reading and things like that, and they took it very seriously. And I'm not meaning to, completely denigrate the idea, but at the same time, I cannot help but be a little bit sardonically curious as to the logic that is about to be given to us about the connection between astrology and being human. But maybe there's something there. I don't know. Maybe there's something there. We'll find out together. So with that all as set up, let's proceed. Remember, get your bingo cards ready. Bingo card A. This one clocks in at just under 18 minutes. Holy cats. Well, I guess this is perfect for a marathon. Also, this is from 2019. I'm not quite sure when I came across this, but it was in my my stash, and it seemed odd. So let's go with it. I'll start off with a few seconds for a sound test. You guys tell me if you can hear it, and we will proceed into the marathon.
Thank you. So, as you just heard, the topic of my talk is what astrology can teach us about being human.
Yes, that is true. I just heard that. Sound is good, says Jaeger Pony. Good. Well, I mean, if Jaeger Pony says it's good, then I think we're in good shape. So, all right. Yes. What does astrology have to teach us about being human?
All right. And most people, what they know about astrology, they know from reading magazines or newspapers about their sun sign. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so when people ask, what's your sign? Right,
Yeah.
what you're answering when you answer that question is what sign the sun was in at the time of your birth. So
Yes.
essentially, what time of the year were you born? Okay?
Right.
But I think what's lost on people who don't have this a deeper understanding of astrology is that there are 9 other planets. All right.
Well, I mean, except for Pluto, it's not really a planet anymore. I feel sorry for Pluto. Pluto used to be a planet. Now it's just sort of a floating object in space or whatever. But did you know that there are at least 9 planets in our solar system, aside from the sun, which isn't a planet but a star? Yeah, okay.
Right. And quite obviously, the sun is not a planet, it's a star.
I haven't watched this. I swear I have not watched this.
But the planet comes from the Greek root for the word wanderers. Right. So the ancients noticed when they looked up at the sky that there are certain sets of fixed constellations, fixed stars, stars that moved together.
Yes.
And they also noticed that there seemed to be these bright lights that moved against the backdrop of the constellations or the fixed stars.
Don't all the stars move in a fixed way together? And I mean, some are clustered in a pattern that's more recognizable, but the stars aren't moving at any great speed that we could notice on Earth, right? Or am I? Yeah, none of them move. They're all fixed. I don't know.
Okay. And so they gave them the name wanderers, and this is where we get the idea of planets.
Oh, yeah, well, okay. Yeah, planets as compared to stars, yes. The planets, by, general sight, yeah, they would move as compared to the. Okay, is that what he meant? I'm confused.
All right. And so what I'm going to do is I'm an astrologer, as you heard, and when I cast someone's chart, I get a circle with the bunch showing me where the planets were at the time of their birth.
Right.
And it's my job to take that information and help the person understand themselves better. And
take the information of where the planets were and help the person understand themselves better. I mean, I talk a lot on this channel about arbitrary characteristics saying nothing about who a person is. This might be the most arbitrary.
100% of the people that I see, they have all 10 planets in their chart. So this
10 planets? I thought there were 9. Wait. Is the sun? I'm confused.
This is where I get the idea of every single person, we all have these 10 drives, these 10 urges inside of us that need to be expressed, need to be addressed. All right.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do, starting with the sun, is I'm going to go from the sun all the way through Pluto. And yes, for astrologers, Pluto is still a planet.
Okay, but the sun isn't a planet, but you just classified it as a planet for the sake of simplicity, I guess. I don't know.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about what the drive or what the function that this planet represents is. And I'm going to talk about what it looks like when we're doing a good job with this planet and what it looks like when we're not doing a good job with this planet. And so we'll start with the sun, right? So, and the fact that we use planets, right? The planets as a symbol gives us information. So the idea of what we know about the sun is that all of the planets in the solar system revolve around the sun.
Yes. Yes, that is true. Although that claim, depending on what time period you're in, might have resulted in you being murdered. But, thankfully we've moved past that, I think. I'm sure there's some, Earth centrists out there somewhere, like flat earthers or something. Man, I'm going to the bingo card just to remind myself what I'm listening for, because so far I don't know that we've actually hit anything. It would be funny if the first TEDx we watched today ends up being a whiteout. That'd be funny. Collectivize his own demographic. No. Systemic institutional. Well, I mean, solar system, right? Right. I'll wait a minute. Sales pitch for product or service. He's kind of selling his services. I'll sit on it for a little bit. Childhood or family anecdote? No. Diversity, equity, and inclusion? No. Plays victim? No. Microaggressions and conscious bias? No. Privilege? No. Contradicts own point or argument? Not sure what it is yet. Patriarchy? No. Weightless example? Not yet. Wage gap? No. Feminism? No. Marginalized marginalization? No. A list? I mean, he's probably going to name off the planets, but we'll get to that. White supremacy? No. Word salad? I think that might be inevitable, but we'll find out. Self-vilification or wretchedness? No. Argumentative non sequitur? We'll see. Attempt to coin new buzzword or buzz phrase? Not yet, as far as I know. Mind reading or assumes motives? I think that might also be inevitable. Benevolent condescension? No. Anecdote that probably never happened? No anecdotes yet. And lastly, leaves out vital context. I think that might also be inevitable. But either way, so far, nothing on the board that I can tell. But let's keep our ears open.
Right. And so it's the same thing with us, right? Wherever your sun is in your chart, you're going to notice that everything in your life tends to revolve around this topic. Okay. And what the sun represents relative to being human is that all humans need an identity. Okay. We all need an ego. And I don't mean ego in the pathological sense. I mean ego when we need a sense of I, right? I'm the one having these experiences. I'm hungry. I'm tired. I'm happy. The I.
Yeah, well, I mean, I appreciate the individualist aspect to it rather than just collectivizing everybody's experiences on the basis of some characteristic, except that's what astrology effectively does. Anyway, yeah, moving on.
Okay. And so the sun is about developing a healthy, positive self-image, a sense of who we are. Okay. When we don't, right? When we don't take the necessary steps to develop a sense of identity, we experience confusion. We experience a sense of feeling lost.
Okay. Mind reading assumes motives because we do this and we do that, and he knows how people think and all that. It's, you know, it's relatively mild, I suppose, but it is true.
I don't know who I am. This feeling of almost having multiple personalities, right? Because we haven't identified who we actually are. Okay? And how this can manifest in life is people who need to be the center of attention, right? They just pull and they need to be celebrated. They need to be applauded. Okay.
Okay. Right. Okay. Right. Yeah.
And it's the negative side of the sun of when people have, they're arrogant or self-centered, right?
Right.
That they're so obsessed with themselves that they're blind to everything else. Okay. And obviously that causes troubles in people's life.
Sure.
But the positive expression of the sun is we know who we are and we have meaningful experiences in life. Okay.
Okay. I know it's early days here, but I'm circling word salad because if not what we've already heard, then certainly as we proceed, I can't imagine we're not going to get there eventually.
I think of major sun events in life or things that we look back on and we say, that's when I really found out who I was. Okay. For me, it was when I retired from football and decided to travel around the world. Okay. Experience of playing football, I felt good. But when I started to leave that behind and travel and explore, I knew who I was at that moment and my life became much more meaningful. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. All right. So a sun event, I'm trying to understand this. A sun event is a turning point event, a life-defining event. Okay. And depending on the nature of that event, the light side or the dark side, what if I have a dark side sun event in my life? That would inherently be a bad thing, right? But what if it was like a bad event that led me to a positive outcome? What happens then? Like I do something terrible, but then it shows me the error of my ways. Is that a dark side sun event? I don't know.
The moon. Okay. So the moon is the second planet in astrology that we talk about.
The moon is the second planet? I thought the sun was, wait, if there are 9 planets in the solar system and the sun is counted as a 10th planet, but the moon is the next planet we discuss, aren't there then 11 planets? Or Or are you excluding Pluto now since it's been taken out of the planetary pantheon and now the moon is taking Pluto's place? I'm confused.
And where the sun is about our identity out in the world,
Mm-hmm.
the moon is about our inner world.
Oh.
Okay? It's about our heart. It's about our soul. Not in a spiritual sense, but the sense of when we say that someone is soulful or we have a soulful connection with someone. It's because we're interacting at a deeper level.
But not a spiritual level as pertains to the soul. I already circled word salad once.
Right. So where the sun is about making choices out in the world, meaningful choices, the moon is about our ability to handle those things that arise from within.
Ooh, okay. So, like flatulence.
Moods, dreams, fantasies, this ability to be sensitive, right? So what the moon represents relative to being human is we all need to have a heart, right? We all need to be able to feel. We all need to be able to respond to our inner world.
Okay, this guy up here at front, this old guy who's like rubbing his face, probably in like boredom, frustration, or confusion. That's kind of where I'm at right now. This guy right here, his body language is my spirit animal right now. Oh, sorry, but not spirit as in spiritual. I mean spirit as in, you know, my soulful connection to this person's experience in a non-spiritual moon-like way, you know, where I live. On the moon!
To these things that rise up from within, okay? And they rise up, they're autonomous, right? We can't control our moods. We can't control what we dream of. We can't control our fantasies.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. And conceivably, yes, we can. I am responsible for my moods, or at least how they are expressed externally, right? I can bring myself out of a mood depending on the circumstances, and I'm responsible for those moods. If I'm having a lucid dream, which is a rarity, I will say, some people have it far better off than I do, but if I'm having a lucid dream, I can't control my dreams. My fantasies, separate from dreams, yes, I can control my fantasies. Often I do. So yeah, I'm not beholden to some external forces all the time when it comes to those things. Dreams, yeah, I'll give you that. Dreams can be a dice roll depending on the night, but anyway.
We have to adjust and adapt and respond to them the same way a parent would respond to a child. Okay. In astrology, the moon points to the mother, but more deeply, it points to our ability to take care of ourselves. Okay.
Okay. Which of the 11 planets points to the father? Which one is that? Mars? I'm assuming Mars must be the father, right? Or is Mars like internal struggle? Because, you know, Mars was the god of war. Or I'm stretching here. I don't know.
And so if we're taking care of the moon, we can take care of ourselves. We're healthy, we're happy, and we have roots.
Why are you showing a picture of a lady standing out in the sunlight if we're talking about the moon?
All right. If we're not able to do a good job taking care of the moon, we are moody, right?
The moody moon. Okay.
We're controlled by our feelings and our emotions, even to the point of what I'll call navel gazing, where we're so worried and concerned about how we're feeling that we can't actually function in the outer world.
Speaking of which, speaking of navel gazing, do you know this? I know, completely odd piece of trivia. Do you know what the word Mexico means? At least in one translation, it means belly button of the moon rabbit. I'm not even making that up. That has been told to me. I looked this up at one point. It's like navel of the moon rabbit. So navel gazing as relates to the moon has some historical foundation, or maybe Mexico is a result of astrology as a name. I don't know, but yeah, belly button of the moon rabbit. I had an actual Mexican tell me this, so it must be true. Okay, that's all I know.
Next planet is Mercury. Mercury is the planet of intelligence. right? It's about the human need to extract information from our environment, to think about it, and to communicate, to share that information. And so,
okay, well, I must be a Mercury type person then, right? Because I'm intelligent, I think. I like to express what I'm thinking, so I must be a Mercury person.
So when we're doing a good job with Mercury, we have an open mind, we have curiosity, we're comfortable being confused. Okay?
Oh, well, man, maybe I am a Mercury person because I'm sitting here watching TEDx's all the time. I'm comfortably being confused. Well, I don't know if I'm comfortable being confused. I find I like the process of trying to disconfuse myself as much as possible, unconfuse myself, deconfuzzle myself.
Because if you think of the idea of confusion just means the information that I'm taking in right now is just beyond my understanding.
That is absolutely the best description of what's happening to me right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so people that have Mercury strong in their charts, they tend to be writers, teachers, communicators, right? They have this ability to take in information and interpret it into a way that we can understand it. Right?
Oh, maybe I am a Mercury person. I'm living on the wrong planet.
And so when we're making a poor response to Mercury, we're closed-minded. New information has to be pushed away. Okay? We get defensive, right? Someone gives us information that we don't have a place to put it, we argue, right? Another shadow,
which is obviously a bad thing,
side of Mercury is rationalization, right? We stay up in our heads too much, always in concepts. Okay? Again, concepts, language are important because it's the way we get information from the world. Another key interesting point to a high functioning Mercury is the ability to recognize signs and omens.
Like I've watched 7 minutes of this TEDx and I portend that it will go badly. I think I am a Mercury person.
All right. I talked about communication, right? And there's communication of I'm speaking, you guys are hearing, right? Right now, as you're listening to me and I'm saying words and you're having thoughts, that's Mercury. Okay.
Okay. Right. Okay. Right. Right and are his punctuation, or his verbal punctuations. I mean, he's every time I hear him say right, I really should have the do I have that here? Hold on a second. I know I'm going to annoy some people with this. I just know it. But at this stage of the game, I cannot help myself. Where is my Cenk Uygur right clip? Here we go. Can I load this while I'm doing the show without causing a freakazoid? Okay. Let's try this. This is going to annoy some of you, but some of you veterans of my channel might appreciate a little bit of this.
So that we don't only communicate with people, we communicate with places, we communicate with things, we communicate with clothes, right?
Right.
This is all Mercury. Next planet is Venus, right?
Right.
Venus is the goddess of love. Relative to being human, Venus is that need we all have to calm down and to relax. Okay?
Right.
And the connection here is, if you understand the mythology of Venus, she's the goddess of love and the goddess of beauty. Okay.
Right.
Now this relates to calming down, right? It's like when you have a really difficult day, difficult week, a difficult month, right?
Right.
Usually the thing that helps.
Okay. I won't do it the entire time, but I couldn't help myself. I just thought, of all the talks that I've watched so far, this one seems the most justified to plug that in occasionally. So, okay, I'll stop now. Well, at least for the minute.
Helps us get through those are other people. Okay. So Venus has a lot to do with relationships, but the specific purpose of relationships can help us relieve stress. They can help us enjoy life. Right? I think of the ideal Venus moment, whether it's a beautiful sunset, whether it's an amazing conversation, whether it's looking at a beautiful painting, is
yeah. But if I'm watching the sunset in a Venus moment, isn't that the diminution of a sun event in my life? That would be okay.
The release of tension. All right.
Right.
And so when we're making a strong response to Venus, is we have meaningful relationships with people, meaningful affiliations, right?
Right.
There's this exchange, this back and forth where this person makes my life easier, less stressful, better, and I have something to contribute to this person. Okay. And also Venus is our ability to appreciate beauty.
Well, actually, Venus is I'm your fire, your desire. That's what I learned from Bananarama. Right? I'm your Venus. I'm your fire, that's your desire. Okay, don't get on me for liking Belinda Carlisle, because heaven is a place on earth. So I'm told.
Also, Venus is our ability to appreciate beauty, right?
Right.
And depending where our Venus is, it's going to give us clues on what's attractive to us. Okay. Another interesting point about Venus is this function that all animals have, mate selection. You know, one of my favorite stories to tell about Venus is I shot a commercial last summer, and we had to bring our dogs for the commercials. And as we brought the dogs, the first things the dogs did is when they met each other is they sniffed each other's crotches.
Were the dogs having a Venus moment? All right, I cut him off slightly. Let me back up a little bit. Oh boy.
Dogs. The first things the dogs did is when they met each other is they sniffed each other's crotches. All right.
Right.
And when I saw that, I thought, you know, if we did that, we'd probably make better decisions than the people that we. But this is the Venus function is our ability to recognize people that can actually contribute to us. All right. And so when we're making a poor response to Venus,
okay, I don't know where to go right now. I honestly don't. This is all over the place. Everything is a weightless example. I don't even know where we are right now. I'm just stunned. All right. I'm gonna wait. Got to push through this. We're only on the first TEDx. Oh man.
First and foremost, we're stressed out, you know, because we haven't found a way to relieve stress. And secondly, you know, a lot of the times, one of the things that stresses us out the most are dysfunctional relationships, right? And I tell people the biggest mistake we make in relationships is we choose the wrong people to get into relationship with. This is a poor functioning Venus, all right?
Right.
So this affiliative, stress relieving function that we all need in order to be human.
Okay, so every relationship issue that I've had is the fault of Venus being dysfunctional. Is that it? Or is it my Venus, my fire, that's my desire, being dysfunctional? I mean, are the planets affecting me, or am I affecting the planet? Do I have the planets inside of me? Or, holy cats. Speaking of deities in my life, holy cats. Thank you, Brett-eyed. Okay, all right, okay, you know, right. Right? I mean, right?
Right.
Yeah, right. Brett-eyed, thank you so much. That is ridiculously generous of you. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. I hope so far in our first outing today that I've earned your generosity. Okay, let's keep going.
It's represented by Venus.
Right.
And people that have Venus strong on their chart, they'll be counselors, right? Artists. They have this knack of beautifying their space, right? Creating spaces that contribute to people relieving stress. All right.
Right.
The next planet is Mars.
Right.
Mars was the god of war.
Yes.
Right.
This is a very interesting and intense kind of planet. Right. It's about the human function, the human need to fight for and defend what's truly necessary in our lives. All right.
Right.
It's
okay. So, let me see if I get this right. All right. So, sun are about big life-changing events. like significant turning points in your life. Okay. Moon is about your internal emotional process. Mercury is about intelligence and rationale and communication. Venus is about interpersonal, intimate relationships or profound moments of watching the sunset. Mars is about defense and conflict. Is that what I've gotten so far? Thank you, Funtime Bats. I think 10 planets is 11 minus Earth. Okay. Now that might be, yeah, right. Okay, that would make sense. That would make sense because we're not affected by Earth. Earth isn't in our chart because we're on Earth. So, but if I was a Martian, I wonder what Earth would say about me. Yeah, that is true. Okay, so yeah, Earth, yeah, the solar system minus Earth plus the sun, but substituting them. Right. Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
It's passion. It's fire. It's aggression. Right.
Okay. Okay. Mars is about passion, just the emotion of passion, aggression and passion. Venus is about love. I'm seeing, boy, it's almost like the Greek and or Roman deities that the planets are named after, who themselves were controlling of certain aspects or representative of certain elements of life or nature. No, I'm running out of red thread in the corkboard. Sorry, let's move on.
Right, and what Mars points out is in all of our lives, right? There's going to be moments where we have to fight for something important to us. We have to defend something important to us. Okay.
Right.
And with Mars, when we're making a strong response, right, we have this sense of conscious passion. Right.
Right.
We have this clear sense of what we're willing to fight for. Right.
Right.
And when Mars is functioning well, we also have healthy boundaries. Right.
Right.
I mean, Mars is that energy where people are like, I don't want to mess with this person. Right.
Right.
I mean, I was a football player. I have a strong Mars in my chart.
Pardon me while I wet my palate. I have to occasionally pause for the sake of YouTube's idiosyncrasies. I don't know that I have anything to add. I'm going to take a look at the bingo card real quick because poor we're all of us. Collectivizes on demographic systemic. You know what? I know it's a little loosey-goosey, but systemic. He's laying down a system of belief, if nothing else. If we're not talking about the solar system, he's laying down a system of assessing people in the world and other things. So I'm going to circle that one. I'm also going to circle sales pitch for product or service because effectively he's getting a demonstration of how he does his trade, let's call it. So I'm circling that one as well. Everything else so far doesn't really seem to, weightless example. When you're talking about something as abstract and as subjective as this, is any example technically weightless? We might have to discuss that one at the end. And he's definitely, he's I'm going to circle a list as well because he's effectively going one by one down the list of planets and their meanings and interpretations. So, as of right now, at least on the board for this talk, I have systemic, institutional, sales pitch for product or service, free space, a list, word salad, and mind reading assumes motives. Pardon me. So let's continue.
Okay, so people that have this planet in their chart strong, they're going to be athletes, litigators, right? People that like to fight, right? One of the negative sides of Mars, if we're not making a strong response, is we have victimizer myths, stories that are going on in our life, right? Where people feel like we come on too strong and they feel victimized by us if there's too much Mars. And if there's not enough Mars, we're constantly being victimized.
Okay, so a lack of assertiveness or self-confidence is a lack of Mars in our system. Our personal solar system, our internal, not spiritual, but celestial internal solar system. So victim culture. Oh, okay. So Mars in our society is now waning, right? Sorry, hold on. Sorry. Right. Okay. Because victim culture is on the rise, Mars is descendant in our society and our culture. So we need more Mars and less Moon. Not less Moonves. That's a whole other thing. But less Moon, more Mars. Right?
Right.
Is that it?
All right. And we'll know we're making a strong response to Mars when we have found a way to keep our wits in stressful situations. Okay.
Keeping our wits in stressful situations is more Mars. It's not the dark side of Mercury and rationale, but it's more Mars. I'm going to circle contradict's own pointer argument. Because if Mars is about passion and Mercury is about rationale and intelligence, then having more Mars doesn't lead to better rationale. So I am paying attention. I swear I am paying attention. I'm trying to. I'm doing my best.
After Mars, we move out to Jupiter, right?
Right.
And I mentioned before that the planets sometimes give us clues, all right?
Right.
Jupiter is the biggest planet. So Jupiter is a planet of expansion. It's really the human need to believe in something, okay?
Jupiter is the need to believe. So Jupiter is what... Oh, okay. So the British Empire was a Jupiter worshiper because expanding out. Is that it? My 600-pound life is a Jupiter show. It's worshiping Jupiter. Inflation porn on DeviantArt is Jupiter worship. I don't know.
And I think of two types of beliefs. Okay, the first type of belief are the beliefs that were given to us. Okay, and
the beliefs that are given to us. Okay,
and this is where religion gets a bad name, right? The beliefs that are given to us.
This is where religion gets a bad name. You're professing astrology right now. You're telling an audience how to interpret the meanings and the movements and the powers of the planets. You're informing them about a belief system. But this is where religion gets a bad name. Okay.
But most of us that are engaged in religion or grow up in religious families, by the time we reach our teenage years, we realize this belief system that I've been given, it actually doesn't work for me anymore.
Speak for yourself. I've known people who are lifelong religious devotees. I've known people who have rebelled against their families after they hit their teenage years. It's not a certainty, but then I've already circled mind reading assumes motives, so there you go.
Right? And then that's when the Jupiter adventure begins, where we need to go and test those beliefs with experience. Okay? Right? And this is Jupiter, the need to test our beliefs and the need to win. We need to have meaningful successes. The meaningful successes that come from learning to have confidence and to believe in yourself. So, shadow side of Jupiter, disappointment. Right?
Right.
Next planet is Saturn.
Whoa, that was it? That was it? The shadow side of Jupiter is disappointment, and then you move on? You must be looking at the clock and realizing you're running out of time. And I don't know what's going on with the guy's sound. Like his microphone cut out there for a second, and I think we're about to hear some kind of spike. I want to back up just a little bit. The biggest planet, I think, just got the shortest segment in the talk so far. Okay.
Appointment. All right. Next planet is Saturn. All right. Saturn is the interesting planet. Planet of discipline. But
Oh my God, the sound quality just went completely. His microphone just completely crapped out. I really hope this doesn't last for the rest of the talk.
But really, Saturn, the human needs have something meaningful that we can commit to.
What?
We can put our effort to it.
Okay, Saturn means something we can commit to, something we can put our effort to. I hope I'm not having to translate for the rest of the talk, but man, oh boy.
All right. If you look at astrology, say Saturn is the planet of blockages.
Saturn is the planet of constipation? Okay.
The idea is, if we want to accomplish something great in life, right, we have to learn to push past. So when Saturn is strong in someone's chart, they're committed, they're disciplined, they're going to get it done. Okay.
Wait, if Saturn is strong in my chart, I'm going to get something done, but it's also the planet of blockages. So is that the dark side of Saturn? Dark side of Saturn is obstacles. The lighter side of Saturn is overcoming obstacles.
The shadow side is when they're committed to something that doesn't actually feed their heart.
What is going on with this? Holy cats. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, you know, usually I listen to at least a snippet of the audio from a talk to know ahead of time, is it even worth pursuing? And this, obviously, for the majority sounded fine, but all of a sudden, in the 11th hour, it's just completely crapping out. I don't know. If it gets too annoying, I might cut it short, but yeah, we'll see.
So the Saturn question, what can I invest my time and my energy? It's actually going to create some sense of self-dignity and self-respect.
What? Dignity and self-respect, something? I don't know. Oh my God. Okay, I can't handle. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, see if it changes. No. 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 No.
Kind of connect to the artist. Artist can
No.
life is too much. Life is too much. I need to drink something. I need to take something to escape. Right? Unhealthy Neptune, but it's a core human need to transcend. And finally, Pluto.
Oh, Pluto is a planet. Sorry, guys. This is the cleanest it gets at this point after the big screw up. So I know we missed some stuff, but I just couldn't stand that echo. It was driving me nuts.
All right. Pluto discovered in 1930. Pluto is about the human need to change the world.
Pluto is about the human need to change the world. Okay. I mean, that isn't a direct analog to the god of the underworld, but all right.
Okay. The human need to change the world. And it's interesting when I talk to people about Pluto, when you look at a chart, Pluto points to our deepest wound, our deepest woundedness. Okay. And the connection here, right?
What,
is if we're too wounded and we're dealing with.
Wait. What? So for Pluto, you have an image of a green spirit leprechaun fighting a deep one from Lovecraftian mythology and gray aliens. Yeah, it makes sense. At this point, you know, it makes sense. Holy cats, Redneck Ram, thank you so much. Multiple hellos, scribe and chat people. Hope everyone is having a good holiday weekend. Any chance I could get a song for my birthday tomorrow? I'll just be listening rest of stream. Got to get all this mail delivered. I think I can handle a birthday song for you, Redneck Ram, especially in the middle of whatever the heck this is on the screen now representing Pluto. I don't even know, but it's a good segue to a birthday. I'm sure there's a planet that represents birthdays, but we just kind of missed it somewhere in the middle of all this. Redneck Ram, apparently, it's your birthday tomorrow. And for that, you get this, and a 1 and a 2. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Redneck Ram. Happy birthday to you. happy birthday, Redneck Ram. I hope you have a good one tomorrow and have a productive day with the mail. I know that can't be exactly all that stimulating. Hopefully, I'll contribute somewhat in that, as I am very Mercury, according to our speaker. Okay, back to the spiritual sci-fi Lovecraft alien X-Files. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Our personal stuff, we don't have the space or the clarity to think about how we can actually change the world. So Pluto requires us to deal with our own shadow, to deal with our own personal stuff.
I thought that the moon had to do with our personal. I thought Pluto was about changing the world. Now it's about dealing with our personal. Oh, Columba.
Okay? And if we make a strong response, we feel wise, right? And we're connected to some kind of larger theme that gives our life be
Right.
continuous dramas, catastrophes.
What the heck?
As the wound comes up to be healed, we can't quite do it, so we re-traumatize ourselves. But if we can heal, similar to the Christian myth of Jesus went to hell and then he ascended to heaven. And I think as being human, we all have an experience, an opportunity on this earth to bring these needs, to express these needs, and to live fully human lives. Thank you.
Okay, well, there you go. That's round one of a 3-round slugfest with my brain and TEDx. So I know I skipped over about maybe a fourth of the presentation, but I had no choice because my brain was melting as a result of the sound quality, which anyway, all right. So presentation number one, we're going to have to go off of obviously a partial presentation because of their technical difficulties. These are the squares I had circled. I'm going to go over the card one more time by myself, and then I will go to you for any other squares to be circled with our first round in this Memorial Day weekend marathon. Also, just another reminder, at the top of the chat box is a link to the Gary Sinise Foundation for Veterans and Their Families. Please do consider donating there, or if you can't donate, at least please consider sharing that out on social media for other people. Okay, so collectivize his own demographic. I mean, I guess I could be really, really loose on that and say, you know, human beings in the world, but I don't think that's quite the case. I don't know. Childhood or family anecdote. Did he ever talk about his upbringing? Well, in the portions that we heard, I should say, I don't think he ever did. He brought up things like some photo shoot or commercial he was on or something, but he never brought up anything about his family as far as I know. Diversity, equity, or inclusion? No. Plays victim? No, he didn't really talk about himself, again, as far as I know. Microaggressions, unconscious bias. Again, if I was being really loose with it, I could say unconscious bias as far as like his determination of what the planets mean, but that's not quite the same as it's usually applied. Privilege? No, not as far as I can tell. Patriarchy? No. Weightless example. Now, somebody, I forget who in the chat said, you know, in space, everything's weightless. I'm like, but nearly everything was a weightless example. And I don't mean that in the astrological, well, actually, I guess I do mean in the astrological sense. Nothing made any sense, and he kept contradicting himself, and the whole talk was effectively one big weightless thing. Wage gap, no. Feminism, no. Marginalized or marginalization, no. White supremacy, no. Self-vilification or wretchedness, again, he didn't really talk about himself or make himself an example. Argumentative non sequitur. How can I count the ways? Yeah, I think I'm safe in that one. Let's see. Attempt to coin new buzzword or buzz phrase. You know, astrology experts will have to tell me, but I don't think he brought up anything that was brand new thinking or terminology or anything. Benevolent condescension. See, I never got the sense he was being condescending. he might have been reading minds, assuming motives and so on, but I never got the sense he was being anything other than sincere. And that he really did feel like he was informing people of things. So I'm going to say no for now. I'm open to arguments otherwise. Anecdote that probably never happened. He never really relied on anecdotes. So yeah, no. And leaves out vital context. Vital context when everything is so abstract. I don't even know if that applies here. But again, I'll take arguments for things regardless. Remember, this is just round one, guys, and I'll be changing the color of the circles for the secondary and tertiary TEDx presentations. So if you have arguments for squares to be circled in this first round, please put them in the chat now. If you can, tag me in your comment. That would make it a little bit clearer for me. Let's see. Orcole de Stefano. Can you really have a bingo when the whole thing is just word salad, though? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't know if you missed the opening. I'm going to be stacking up the circles over all three talks on the same card. So we could eventually have bingos with other circles being squared or squares being circled and so on, or overlap. So we might not be bereft of bingo quite yet. It's possible. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Advocast Diablo, Scribelight. The Earth is flat, and the planets are just painted on the firmament. So this whole talk left out vital context and is an anecdote that never happened. Obviously, I am joking. Now, see, if your entire comment is sarcasm, that last part also is, right? And that causes me all types of weird argumentative paradoxes. Let's see. Meh. Just saying that someone with an extreme IQ seemed to have deemed it somewhat valuable. Deemed what? The talk? I don't know. The strictures, the rules, the requirements for a TEDx talk are pretty loose. So, let's see. Derek LaRue. Should a multicolor bingo count as a bingo? Yes. Yes, that's the whole thing here. We might get let's say we end up achieving a bingo with the green circles, and then in the next talk we end up circling the exact same set of squares that already have green circles on them. That would be a second bingo along the same line. We're stacking them up. We're seeing how many bingos we can get between 3, or depending on how long I go, maybe 4 TEDx's. So yeah, a multicolored bingo will count. So like if we don't get any other circles squared on this one, but the next talk fills in the blanks to make a bingo, that's a bingo as far as I'm concerned, because this is America and it's a melting pot. This bingo card will be a melting pot. That makes sense. Derek Lure, I mean, if you have 3 green and 2 red, yeah, 3 green, 2 red makes a bingo. It's a bingo on this special edition of TEDXcellence. Okay, well, I don't see any other arguments for squares to be circled. And I don't blame you, because this was just one kind of, I don't know. I'm glad I saved it for this one, because if I made a show out of it all by itself, I don't know that it would quite qualify. All right, well, anyway, we're going to move on rather than dally any further. And so our next presentation, let me bring it up here. Our next presentation is, let me get the official title. I got to read it off here. Where is it? It is called Mind. Oh, sorry. No, is this, wait, which one is this? Sorry. Let me make sure I got the right one here. Yes. All right. It's called Mind, Body, and Mutants, Navigating Socialization to Find Our Authentic Self. I'm going to do that one more time for those of you in the cheap seats. Mind, Body, and Mutants, Navigating Socialization to Find Our Authentic Self. It might be one of the longest TEDx titles I've ever read. And for this presentation, I'm changing the circle color to blue. So we'll go from green to, and we'll see if we have any overlap. Actually, that blue is a little bit too close to green. Can I just get like a dark blue? There we go. That's more of a lavender, but at least it's different enough. Okay. Just want to get some contrast there. All right. So here we go, guys, with episode number 2, Mind, Body, and Mutants, Socialization, authentic self, something, something. This clocks in at just over 15 minutes. And this is from March of 2023. Hopefully the sound quality continually is better on this one. Let's proceed.
Let's take a look into Kyle's mind.
Okay, let's take a look into Kyle's mind. Who's Kyle? Is that like South Park Kyle? Are we already on mind reading assumes motives? What's going on? You guys hear that okay? Let me know in the chat just to make sure that nothing screwed up in between. All right, well, Advocast Diabli asks, who is Kyle? And John Miller says, okay, drunk enough. All right. Let's take a look into Kyle's mind.
The year's 1992.
Uh-huh.
The month is October.
Are you Kyle? Maybe I missed the name of the speaker.
In Cincinnati, Ohio.
Cincinnati. Is Sinatra or Satsu in the chat by any chance to verify that one? Oh, he's wearing a Storm shirt from the X-Men, and I see like comic book kind of imagery on the screen. Hey, if he's going to be talking about comic books, I am so there, girlfriend.
Young Kyle was 12 years old. Oh,
this sounds like a childhood or family anecdote, so I'm circling childhood or family anecdote. Our first multicolor overlap. Well, not overlap, but multicolored bingo card event.
Wait a minute, we went too far back. Let's go forward a little bit. There we go. Young Kyle was 12 years old.
Uh-huh.
My body was about 5'9", 140 plus pounds.
Mm-hmm.
My mind was dealing with 7th grade things, so we can probably only imagine what was going on up there.
Uh-huh.
And the Merry Mutants of the X-Men were making their debut on Saturday morning cartoons.
Oh man, this is in my wheelhouse. This is in my wheelhouse. You know, I way back in the day, I was a member of the Marvel fan club, or at least the iteration as it stood in the 90s. Do you know what the Marvel fan club was at the time? It was called WAM. WAM. Do you know what WAM stood for? I still have my membership card, by the way. I still have it. Wild Agents of Marvel. I was a wild agent of Marvel. I have a membership card. It's got Wolverine on it, slashing through the A and the Wild Agents of Marvel thing. And so I am right here. I'm with this guy, 90s X-Men cartoon all the way.
Who knew that an animated black woman with long flowing white hair, with control over the weather,
yes,
and a penchant for words and phrases so poetic, would capture my heart and soul?
You weren't the only one. I liked Storm. I really liked Rogue. That Southern accent, I tell you what.
Or a young 13-year-old Asian teenage girl who loved video games, was uncomfortable with her special powers, and had a slight streak of rebellion would be oh so relatable.
You're speaking of Jubilee, I assume.
And of course, every young pubescent boy discovering their love of the male physique enjoyed looking at the bright spandex that covered muscular bodies.
I suppose some boys did. I was more enthralled with the spandex around Rogue's hips, but you know, whatever, to each their own.
You might ask yourself, what TEDx did I just walk into?
Dude, I ask myself that every Thursday.
Why is he telling me these things? Well, it's because in those moments, I can recall that my growth into the person I am today took root.
Okay.
I found myself captivated by a fantasy world that illustrated parallels in my own development through the stories of oppression and difference that the X-Men demonstrated through their cartoon and later on in the comics when I became a collector.
Okay, well, I suppose so. I mean, I found an empathetic center in the struggles of Peter Parker being a quiet, studious nerd having to deal with the travails of life, but at the same time in his secret heart of hearts having to be a superhero and so on. So yes, and amongst several X-Men as well, or their circumstances, you know, I could find parallels in my own lived experience and so on, sure. But, you know, a lot of it's up to interpretation, one to another.
It was in these stories that would serve as a foundation for my dreams and imagination.
Okay.
The X-Men are a superhero team of mutants
Yes.
that were published by the Marvel
Yes.
Comics, created by Kirby and Stan Lee in 1963. Yes. And they had quite a rough start.
They had quite a rough start? How?
Later in 1970, they were revived to great success.
Yeah, I mean, true. They did have, the all new, all different X-Men when the original team went off to Krakoa and then they didn't come back. And then Xavier had to, collect a new team of X-Men. And that's where you got Wolverine and Colossus and Storm and Nightcrawler and so on. So, yeah, okay. All right, legit.
Mutants are humans born with a genetic trait called the X gene, which grants them natural superhuman abilities, which typically arrive already in visible and invisible ways, reinforcing the notion of being considered an outsider.
Yeah, it has a whole lot of echoes in human experience amongst lots of people about finding themselves or going through changes in life or, so on and so forth. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Due to their differences from the majority of humanity, mutants are subject to bigotry, prejudice, and discrimination.
Yes.
Prolific comic book writer and storyteller Chris Claremont said, "The X-Men are hated, feared, and despised collectively by humanity for no other reason than that they are mutants."
Well, that's not exactly true, because when certain mutants, Magneto, start using their powers to actually harm people or cause damage or terrorize people and so on, it's not just because they are mutants, but because some mutants have decided to exploit their powers for their own personal gain or to express their own anger and become living weapons. So it's part of it, but you can't deny that there is some mild justification to people's concerns in a way, just saying, I'm not on the side of Senator Kelly or something, or what was his name? The Guy Rich off of what was that island? I forget what it was. Anyway, but I'm just saying that there was reason to be concerned. I mean, Professor Xavier understood that. That's why he worked so hard to try to show people that there was a difference, that nobody is inherently a threat because they're a mutant, right? But it's not that humanity was 100% unjustified in being wary of mutants. That's the problem that Magneto and the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants brought about, or the Brotherhood of Mutants, because eventually they took the evil out because, bad guys don't think they're being bad and so on. Anyway, Keeverdam, thank you so much for the Dogcat Fox, the bowing, respectful Dogcat Fox. Oh, Dogcat Fox.
Wow-wee! Wow! Wow!
It's a Dogcat Fox. Thank you, Keeverdam, so much. But yeah, okay. And I know it's Claremont. Claremont is one of the, sort of writers of the X-Men Bible in a way. But still, I'm just saying comic book geeks can debate these things.
So what we have here, intended or not, is a book that is about racism, bigotry, and prejudice.
Or being an outsider, or going through changes, or not feeling like you belong. There's a lot of things. You could echo that to a whole bunch of things. It's not to say that those topics are somehow invalid, but depending on how you decide to read between the lines for yourself, yeah, it could, yeah.
He also said that the X-Men has always been about finding your place in a society that doesn't want you.
It's also about finding family, personal relationships. I mean, there was as much conflict and lessons to be learned as the X-Men interacted with each other as it was them interacting with society. Because especially when the all new, all different X-Men came in, you had all these disparate attitudes from people of all. Part of the neat thing about the all new, all different X-Men was it was a very Star Trek kind of layout. You had people from literally all across the world. You had Storm from Kenya, you had Colossus from Russia, you had Wolverine from Canada, you had Thunderbird from America. I mean, all these different perspectives and cultures coming together, and that really showed a kind of unity amongst people beyond just being mutants, which said more about society, I thought, as other things. And like I said, very Star Trek, where you had Chekhov and Sulu and everybody from different parts of the world. So yeah, the X-Men did a whole bunch of different things. It's true.
Now, At the time, I was just fascinated by the colorful spandex and the reality that superpowers kicked in around puberty, so there was hope for me. Now, at the moment, I had Transformers, He-Man, and G.I. Joe for entertainment, but those really didn't give me the same feelings of excitement, possibility, and fun that I discovered in that first episode of X-Men that one Saturday morning.
Okay.
I didn't realize all the social justice implications of what I was watching in the moment.
Yeah, because maybe it was more for entertainment than it was for pushing ideology. You know, teaching lessons in general while also being entertaining is fine. But it's 7 years old or whatever you were. Yeah, social justice implications. Couldn't it just be fun? Couldn't it just be fun?
But subconsciously, maybe the connection I felt as a young Black boy discovering my sexuality through puberty, realizing that that might be my superpower that I have to keep hidden from a world that hates and fears me.
Okay, well, that took a distinct turn. Your sexuality is a superpower. Okay.
Now I acknowledge that storytelling in the comics is not perfect and must work on accurate representation of and portrayals of all types of identities.
No, it doesn't. Accurate portrayals. Nobody is going to accurately portray you. No one is going to accurately portray your experience unless you're the one doing the writing. Okay? Accurate portrayals. Nobody's perfect. Like, where are we going now? Boy, this opening part, I was like, oh boy, talking about comic books and X-Men and stuff. Yeah, I'm getting into this. I know all types of stuff about this. Now we're off into, okay, looking at the card real quick. Yeah, I'm going to circle plays victim. Circling that one. Yeah, I'll keep letting it go for a minute or two.
This is not perfect and must work on accurate representation of and portrayals of all types of identities. To explore that would be a whole other talk.
I think it is this talk. I think it is this talk. Why would you bring it up otherwise?
However, in that moment, that cartoon led me to a world of comics that to this day still provides me with parallels and insights about world dynamics and issues that need to be addressed in a platform that could reach across generations.
So I'm assuming our speaker is probably a big fan of the direction that Marvel Studios in particular and Marvel Comics sidewise have taken in the last decade or so, just baking in constant beating over the head social justice topics and hiring practices and artistic decisions and story decisions and character rearrangements. You can't just enjoy it for the sake of enjoying it. It has to be a platform for agendas and ideologies. Okay.
To dream of peaceful coexistence.
It's a nice dream. Never going to happen.
To imagine a world where one's authentic self can thrive. To dream about flying, teleporting, and traveling to the stars.
Sure. Those are all decent things, I suppose. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be a complete cynic about it, but anyway.
To dream, to dream.
Yeah, okay.
Now, when I tell you that my dreams took me to places of battling creatures, reliving the stories that I read in the comic books, using my action figures to play out fantasy worlds in my imagination, and to dream of one day finding that secret door that would lead me to Earth 616, which is, for those of you that don't know, the Marvel universe in both the comics and the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Which doesn't make any sense because they're two completely separate realities from one another, because the events of 616 make absolutely no sense next to the events of the MCU, but that's because some idiot writer at the Marvel Studios didn't seem to understand that distinction. MCU had previously been classified as Earth 9999 or something like that, because it is a separate chain of events, reality, and character iterations than what's in the comic books. But because of the multiverse of madness, therein, they decided to make the MCU 616, which, yeah, but only real Marvel nerds would understand that distinction, I suppose.
I used to dream and imagine being a mutant superhero with cool powers as an escape from the daily reminder that I may not be enough.
Oh, do you know why it's called 616, real quick? And if I'm wrong about this, if my memory's off, please correct me. It's because in one comic book many years ago, Captain Britain, a character that is sort of like a Green Lantern in the sense that there are many Captain Britons across the multiverse. Our Captain Britain was said to be the Captain Britain of Earth 616. And that's how the designation for the Marvel continuity became 616, because of a Captain Britain piece of information. But anyway, let me back up a little bit.
Superhero with cool powers as an escape from the daily reminder that I may not be enough. As an escape from messages that told me things that I liked doing were no longer cool for young boys as I grew older.
Like?
Little did I know at the time that I was battling what I would later learn is the cycle of socialization. The cycle of socialization, developed by Bobby Harrow in 1982, is a framework that explains how our specific identities we are with predispose us to unequal roles in a dynamic system of oppression.
Oh, okay. So basically it's a system of victimhood. I am an inherent victim. You know, from the moment I am born, I cannot escape being a victim. Well, that's a great philosophy to operate on. I guess then, you know, you're never really responsible for anything that goes wrong in your life. It must be something else's fault, society's fault, so on and so forth, right?
We are socialized through a process that is pervasive, circular, self-perpetuating, and often invisible.
Right. Yes, the invisible oppressions.
And we are trained on how we are to be versus supported in becoming who we used to be.
Well, then how are you who you are now? If you are bound by what society says you are to be, then how did you have your great personal awakening and are who you are now? I don't understand.
In the beginning of the cycle of socialization, we are born with no consciousness, no choice, no blame, no guilt. We're socialized by people around us to play our roles and follow rules.
I'm not sure you've heard about whiteness.
Socialization shapes how we see others, how we dream. It shapes our values, and it even shapes how we see ourselves.
Yes, socialization can teach us many things, but we are who we choose to be. We are not inherently bound by socialization. Depending on how we decide to handle the pressures of outside forces, our parents, our religion, our schools, our peers, ultimately the decision is ours as to how we're going to take that information or take those classifications and deal with them. So it's not a cycle that is inescapable. You can choose to be who you want to be. You know, it might not be easy, depending on where you grow up or the virtues or taboos of your family. It might not be easy, but you can do it. Now, it also depends on what kind of society you're living in. I'll give you that much, you know, because the ability to choose who you're going to be in America versus who you're going to choose to be in, say, Iran, would probably be a bit of a difference. So there may be some truth to that, but some places are worse than others.
We are consciously and unconsciously bombarded by messages that tell us who has power and what access we should have through institutions such as education, religion, medicine, law, business, and criminal justice, and even more.
Institution, well, systemic institutional, that's our first overlap square where I've got double colors on there. So there we go. Let me get that lined up a little bit so it's at least distinct. All right. So there's our first overlap square. Okay. Systemic institutional.
We are further brainwashed through cultural socialization such as media, language, patterns of thought, holidays, and song lyrics. All of these messages are reinforced through a system of rewards and punishment that typically result in internalized feelings of stress, anger, dehumanization, and sometimes violence.
Okay. Mind reading assumes motives. Boy, we're just on a roll here, aren't we? Okay. We're getting to the meat of it now. So circle in that one. That's our second overlap square.
And it's in those moments we have to make a decision whether we're going to maintain the status quo or we're going to challenge the system and really ask who we really could be. Socialization actively stunts our growth, our language, our abilities, and even our potential as individuals.
Sure. Okay. So socialization is Magneto, right? It's the supervillain, right? And you have no control. It just exists. And you assume this to be the case. You assume it is always a negative force in your life. It is always there. It's the devil. It's Magneto. It's the Joker. It's Megatron, right? Okay. But you're the superhero, and you broke out of this construct, evil construct that's surrounding you and causing you to be a thing that you don't want to be, and you overcame that. Is that the narrative here?
When I think about the socialized messages I received growing up, I got message that challenged my socialization, for which I was grateful. I had already been sat at the dinner table and told about my Blackness and what that means in this society.
And of course, that means the same thing for everybody, and it's definitive, and you cannot escape it. And right, yeah. When you know someone's skin color, you have a perfect idea of what their life experience is like. Thank you, Olga Karakoti. I don't know what's going on, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. Well, he's the superhero, and socialization is the enemy. That's my guess, because his sexuality is his superpower. So, at the time he was growing up. Now here's fair play on this point. At the time the X-Men cartoon came out in the mid-90s, I think it was, early to mid-90s, the societal acceptance of gay or lesbian lifestyles, sexuality, was not nearly as accepted, certainly amongst children of the era, than it is now. In that sense, yeah, this guy probably had a rough time of it. As he came of age, as he became a teenager, and he started, figuring out where he fit and what he was attracted to, and so on and so forth. That was not the best time in history to have those feelings, to have those attractions, as far as what was acceptable. So in that sense, yeah, I can understand that he had a rough time of it. It's how you decide to place yourself in the grand scheme of things. It's different. How you decide to, after the fact, retroactively decide that what was causing that. Yeah, it took a societal shift for people like our speaker probably to feel more comfortable openly being who they are. That's true. But to then define all of this as applying to everybody all the time, and that your experience is somehow emblematic of the entire process, that's where we start to stretch a little bit. So he has some valid points in the overall, but okay. Anyway, so you learned about your black, and this is where also that same kind of thinking starts to take a little bit of a turn. You learned about your blackness and what that meant. According to your parents, is that how you assume all black people are then? And was there any kind of other peoples that you made assumptions about on the basis of their skin color? What were the other lessons of the X-Men when it came to working together and finding common ground? Was Storm exactly like Bishop? Exactly like, I don't know, Forge? Exactly like Logan? Exactly like Jubilee?
I was told it's okay to like toys. It's okay to be in choir. It's okay to be in theater.
Sure. Were those wrong?
However, other messages from the community, from school, from family, and society played into that mix that taught me what it meant in the context of being a young Black boy and how I was supposed to act, who I was supposed to hang out with, what behaviors I was supposed to exhibit, and what topics I was supposed to talk about to be a part of the in crowd.
Sure. And you learned quickly that not all of these things applied to you, so they weren't hard and fast rules, and you should take every person on the basis of their individual merits and characteristics and look beyond the surface level things, right? Right?
Some of those messages were, you're going to play football because you need to toughen up. Now, I mean, I was 13 years old, 6'1", 180 pounds. I impressed the coach on the first day when my dad dropped me off at the fields. So I get the push to play football, though I had no idea what it was about.
Okay. Well, I hate to tell you this. You're not the first kid to have been unwillingly pushed into a sport they weren't interested in, but okay.
On the other hand, I received messages from church that said, you probably got all the young girls chasing after you at school.
Imagine that. Church. And complimenting you on your looks without knowing the truth about you. Does that define you then? Was the church's expectation something that locked you into a particular way of looking at the world? I mean, I guess that's also a choice.
Or you'll make a good husband to a wife someday.
Okay. Again, yes. At that time, homosexuality was not nearly as accepted in society or as common to experience either directly or otherwise in families and outwardly and so on as it is today. You're right. It was a lousy time to be anything other than straight in the 90s. We were on the tail end of before the changes really started to come in. It's true. It was worse a decade before that. It was worse a decade before that and onward. Okay. Yeah. You had a rough time of it. I understand. I'm not meaning to downplay that. But them's the breaks. That's how it was. Things have changed. And?
Or my favorite, you're going to grow up to be a preacher.
What does that have to do with anything?
Those were mixed with messages that I received on the school bus or at school, where I got often questioned of, don't you think she's cute?
Yeah, can you imagine that? The majority population having a particular sexual orientation and kids being kids.
And I remember one day when I took too long of a pause and they got fired back as a question of, you do like girls, don't you?
Yeah, I never had that thrown at me either, and I'm straight as an arrow. But hey, kids will be kids. Yeah, but again, I understand. It's got to be rough. And?
Other messages I received were about my body not being the right shape.
Yeah, welcome to being a human being. Girls get that all the time. Boys get that all the time. Straight people get that all the time. Gay people get that all the time. When you're growing up, especially in puberty and onward, being uncertain about your body, being sensitive to your looks is a common human experience. It's got nothing to do with your sexuality inherently. Could, not necessarily, but either way.
Or being too large or not being desired.
Yes, again, welcome to live. Hell, I have those feelings now, and I just turned 44 for crying out loud. You know, it's a lifelong thing. I've been working out intensely in the last couple of months, not because I was, I've never been overweight per se, but, I've always been a little, but I've been working out the last couple of months just to make myself feel better. And, a couple of things. One is kind of complimentary. The other one is kind of weird. I've hung out with my sister a couple of times in the last couple of weeks. And, as I don't know if I mentioned this on another show. I can't remember. I got out of she picked me up. We went off to have some breakfast. And when we got to the place, got out of the car. And as we were walking to the little restaurant, I said, hey, I've been working out. Do you see a difference? And she stops. She looks at me and says, yeah, you're very broad. Because like my shoulders and my arms were, more pumped up or something. And I was like, I've never been described as broad before. I thought that was kind of cool. And then last night, I went to dinner with my sister and we're sitting there, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we're just sitting there eating with them. He says, you know, if you slicked your hair back, you'd look just like Salt Bae. And if you guys have no idea who Salt Bae is, I didn't really know who he was either until I watched a Kira on TV YouTube documentary on him. That's SALTBAE. I had no idea, but I knew who she was talking about. And I was like, I'm not sure that's a compliment. And she just kind of laughed at me. But anyway, yeah, being concerned or aware of your looks. Can you imagine that? Common human experience. For all of the stressors and pressures that our speaker obviously had to be experiencing at that point in human history, and especially American history, with how he felt about his sexuality, being paranoid about how you look and how you come across to other people, not special.
All of these messages led me to having to find the words and phrases to use that allowed me to protect myself while I seamlessly passed between cultural boundaries in the hallways, on sports teams, and in leadership positions.
This is true for everyone. Having to meter out how you behave amongst different groups and different environments and so on. For whatever particular struggles you had with your sexuality and interacting with your community and your family at the time, which again are not irrelevant, but when set up against the whole of human experience, are not unique. That's what lessons were you pulling from the X-Men again?
All challenging my ability to fully embrace myself.
That is a you problem. And it's also a me problem. And it's an everybody problem as they grow into their life and their ideas and their perspectives and their sense of self. It just is.
It was overwhelming to manage and to remember the stories I had told and to whom I had told them to make sure that I fit into the right box.
Yeah, it was tough to be honest about certain things back then. I agree. It was also tough to be honest about certain things back then for me when I didn't want to look like a complete nerd in front of people by talking about what I was really interested in, because I was afraid I would be made fun of just for liking comic books, just for liking video games, etc. Yeah, again, I won't keep reiterating the point, but it keeps coming up in my mind.
The stress of making small talk about topics that were deemed socially acceptable was sometimes painful. My mind and body were under constant attack from the influences of socialized messages.
You insert response here.
Through all of these transitions, I felt like Mystique, a mutant who could physically change her appearance to fit into any situation she ever found herself in.
Wow, adapting to situations based on the circumstances you find yourself in.
All the while knowing that behind my presented facade, to do was talk about X-Men, play with my toys, watch the cartoons that I like, and yes, look at men in multiple stages of undress.
Oh my God! What? You don't say? Really? Golly gee whiz. You know, when I was a kid, I wanted to talk about naked women a lot too, but there really wasn't an appropriate time to do that, even amongst my friends. But hey, whatever. And people are laughing at him. People there's no clapping, but they're laughing. That can't feel good.
Now, don't get it twisted. I had a happy childhood and I was a happy child. I have the receipts for that.
Wait. Okay. You just got done telling us that every day was a struggle, every interaction was painful, every conversation was torture. But don't get me wrong, I had a happy childhood. Is that a contradicts own point or argument? I'm not sure. I'm going to have to give him a second or two here. Thank you, John Miller. Funny, he slow rolled, he's gay, and I could tell in seconds from the start. Well, I think it was pretty obvious to me when he started talking about looking at male bodies in spandex. That was at least an indicator to me from earlier on. And I said, I kind of prefer Rogue myself, but, to each their own. But either way, yeah. And especially when he talked about how his sexuality was his superpower in relation to the mutants who were like hated by society. He telegraphed it pretty well in the beginning. Let me look at the card real quick here. Collectivize his own demographic. He's still kind of focused on his own experience mostly. I'm going to wait and well, I'm going to wait a minute. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Not yet. I want to wait and see if he actually says it. Microaggressions and conscious bias. Yes, the comments from the church and his family and the school and all the girls must be chasing you, that kind of thing. That counts. Privilege, not quite. Patriarchy, no. Wage gap, he hasn't talked about finances yet. Feminism, no. Marginalization, I think that's inherent to the point of his talk, so circling that one. White supremacy, not explicitly yet. Self-vilification or wretchedness. He hasn't self-vilified because he's not the villain. It's society that's imposing upon him. So unless he starts saying he joined in on certain, activities or things to try to allay people's suspicions of him or something, then yeah, maybe, but otherwise, no. Attempt to coin new buzzword or buzz phrase, no. Benevolent condescension. I'll wait a minute. Anecdote that probably never happened. Nothing he said so far sounds out of bounds and leaves out vital context. Not yet. So on the board for this talk, I currently have circled systemic, institutional, childhood or family anecdote, plays victim, microaggressions and conscious bias, marginalization, and mind reading assumes motive. Let's continue.
However, just below the surface, the systems of oppression that have socialized us all played with my ability to authentically share all of me at once.
In the context of the time, the era, and the social thinking on homosexuality, in that sense, yes, it was probably not an easy time to be completely honest about your feelings. I will grant you that.
So I maintained my dreams and focused on being able to best align my passion, my interests, and my authentic self that was deemed acceptable. Okay. Our growth can be tough on a lot of us.
Yes, that is a true statement.
I bet some of us right now are resonating with having to navigate our own socialization of our own upbringings.
Yes, because we all do.
I remember going to college and making the decision that I'm going to make my dream a reality.
Okay.
This was the moment that I was on my own. No one knew me. Yeah. And I was going to be able to tell the story and be all of me.
I mean, that's kind of what happened for me. I lived in the same house in the same town and went to school within the same effective circuit of people my entire growing up until college. And so from elementary school to junior high to high school, for the most part, I traveled along with the same set of people, more or less. And as a consequence of that, there were certain expectations of how I was and where I fit in the hierarchy of things. There are certain ways that I saw myself interacting with other people and other cliques of kids and so on and so forth. So I did feel kind of slotted in and sort of bound by this track I was on from growing up all the way up through college. And then when I went to college for the first time, I was on my own amongst an entire population that had absolutely no preconceived notions about me, and in an environment where I didn't have to worry about any preset expectations of myself. And it's true. It really is a freeing experience. And boy, oh boy, and some of you know some of the stories, within the first month or two, boy howdy, did I have a authentic self revelation that rode me through the rest of my college time there. So yes, and that is true. for lots of people.
Spoiler alert, it didn't work out that way.
Oh,
However, I focused on my growth as a human and as a mutant.
okay. In what way?
I decided I had a story to live and that story was going to be one for the ages that would captivate audiences worldwide.
Okay. What did you do?
I found and developed my superpowers
Aha.
while still keeping an eye out for that portal or wardrobe that would lead me to Earth 616.
Okay. What did you do?
I decided how my story was going to be told and who was going to have a role in the progression of that story.
But you already told us it didn't work out. So, okay. What are you talking about?
And I adopted a mantra that I put in my email signature to remind me of my journey.
Uh-huh.
Be who you are, not who others want you to be.
Wow. I'm not saying it's a bad mantra. I'm just saying it's been in countless Hallmark cards and ABC after school specials in history. So, but hey, you know, if you lived it and you worked it, good for you, because it is true. You are better off being happy with yourself than trying to make others happy with yourself, if you know what I mean.
So every day I wake up and I try to center my dream.
What is your dream? I'm deathly curious to know, what is your dream? What was driving you throughout this time?
Through my experience and connection to the
Yeah.
X-Men, I felt like my dream shaped itself into what I want to share with you now.
Okay.
And I invite you to try this dream for yourself.
I am all ears. Okay. So this is what we're leading up to. This is the culmination of everything we've heard so far in the presentation. All right, let's go.
Discover you, the real you.
Well, that is an ongoing process. That is one of those infinite goals that you have to make a conscious effort to indulge in as you proceed through life. But yes, okay, all right. Yes, work to discover the real you. Huh?
Not who others tell you to be,
Yeah.
not who you think you should be,
Yes.
but discover that what drives you and sustains you. Dismantle your own socialization, and that's hard work. And at one point, you might need your own mantra to center yourself.
Okay, that fair enough. All right, that's good advice. Sure. To thy own self be true.
So go find it.
Yes.
Realign your passion, purpose, and energy. How do you release that which has been placed upon you?
I don't know. I guess it's different for everybody. I guess I'd have to think of an example that applies here.
How do you claim your mutant powers? How do you claim your reason for being?
My reason for being? Okay, well, that's different than my mutant powers. My mutant powers are sort of tied up in some, restrictive, possibly percussive activities.
Your goals that drive you, the passion that ignites you and makes you feel whole.
Yeah, well, I definitely found that in college pretty quick. I even became the president of it, sort of.
How do you serve up and cultivate your energy for your own purposes and those lucky enough to be a part of your story?
That sounds a little egotistical, but okay. My purpose the purpose in life part, I'm not quite sure about. That's a bit more ephemeral than just finding your passion, but okay.
Engage your heart, head, and hands.
Okay, I have done that. All three at once. Yeah.
How you feel, how you think, and what you do are all important to integrating what we learn every day about ourselves and the people around us.
These are all very common platitude, self-inspiration stuff. Okay, yeah, but I mean, they're not illegitimate so far. That's fine. All right.
To create and maintain your dream, you must take intentional steps towards reflecting upon your experiences, honoring your needs, and ensuring your own success.
Okay, self-reflection, yes. This is something that, I feel like people need to do more of. if they want to improve their lives or at least improve their sense of self. If they experience something in the course of their day, or they, have an interaction that causes them to act or behave a particular way afterwards, to really stop and think, why am I behaving that way? Do I like that behavior in myself? If I don't, can I make a conscious effort to alter that or change the circumstances for the next time? Create a certain level of self-wisdom through reflective experience. Yes, that part is legitimate. Okay.
Start with 5 minutes a day and work yourself up to however much time you want, need, or can spare to check in with yourself and to make sure that your dream has not been deterred from its path.
What was your dream? I still want to know what your specific dream was and how it went. I mean, what success or failure, what did you learn from it?
Audition the people in your life.
Audition the people in my, I'm going to circle a list with this one too, because this is effectively a list of steps. It might not be a numbered list, but it's a list all the same. So that's another overlap square.
Become a casting director of your own story. Now, this will be hard because of the socialized norms, behaviors, and cultural context. Some of us are bound up with others in ways that make telling our story difficult. And what do we do when those supporting characters try to take over your show and become a recurring cast member?
Share the stage, unless, I mean, what if that person is like your partner? Do their needs and wants become irrelevant because of your dream superseding everything else? Or I don't know. What do you mean?
Your growth is stifled and your dreams can be blocked in those moments.
Or you can find compromise. Okay, I don't know what he means.
So make sure you take control of that audition process.
I understand what he's saying. I don't think it's as hard and fast a rule as he's making it out to be. And it almost sounds very mechanical. It turns relationships into very transactional sort of, and I'm not saying that there aren't relationships that can't be or aren't transactional, but, if we're talking about in the overall, the idealistic sense, it feels very, very cold.
If they aren't able to support your Oscar-winning performance on your path to being your best self, maybe their story needs to be rewritten.
In the trunk of my car. Like, what the? If you're not going to help me, then you're my enemy.
Maybe you need to recast that character. Or better yet, just cancel their contract altogether.
If you're not going to make me the center of the universe, I have no use for you. That's kind of what I took from that one.
And lastly, make the promise to yourself to live out your passion, purpose, and energy to find your authentic self. Now,
that's not a very easy sort of chain of letters to remember all that stuff. Each letter didn't actually start with the concept. Anyway, whatever.
This is not the easiest road or path.
No kidding.
Some days are better than others. It's like the X-Men when they practice in their danger room to hone their skills.
Yeah.
Through trial and error and teamwork.
Yeah.
They build their self-confidence and their powers to use them to protect the ones they love and fight for the dream of peaceful coexistence.
Most times they were fighting against Magneto and Apocalypse and things, try to save the world from stuff, or the Brood. Remember when the Brood came up? Well, what happens if Wolverine's dream is to be with Jean Grey, and Cyclops is obviously not for Wolverine's dream? Does Wolverine kill Cyclops? Get rid of Cyclops? I mean, he tried several times. Does Cyclops have to get rid of Wolverine for trying to take over his relationship with Jean? I mean, how is that supposed to work? Who was in the right and who was in the wrong in that love triangle, I wonder?
Some days I stumble, some days I survive, and most days I thrive.
Goody for you.
It's the cast that I've been able to assemble that supports and uplifts my dream, that helps center and motivate me.
What is your dream? And center and motivate you. Does everybody have to cater to you for you to have them in your orbit?
And I'm fully able to embrace my whole self.
Can it be a sharing? whose dreams do you support as a matter of friendship? If they're not always paying attention to you, do you consider them friends anymore? That's the one part of his breakdown that still kind of irks my mind a little bit, the auditioning process.
Now, what would it be like if we truly focus on our growth
I don't
and work
know.
toward
What
achieving
would
our
that
own?
look like? What is your dream?
We may not have the flashy powers to fly, teleport, control the weather, lift tons, or walk through walls, but we do have abilities that are unique to us.
Such as, because so far you haven't really talked about your abilities, or more specifically, your dream that you're trying to achieve through whatever your superpowers are.
The ability to empathize, the ability to listen instinctively and purposefully, to observe needs, to seek to understand.
That's all within the realm of empathy.
To be of service, or just be an all-around badass.
That can be defined as a whole bunch of different things, but okay.
What if we used our talents or our superpowers to work towards the goal of what the X-Men fight for?
Mutant equality?
Which is peaceful coexistence and seeing the humanity in each other.
I don't know if you've read the X-Men comics lately. They turned Professor X into a supervillain, and Marvel has not been a good steward of the X-Men in the overall for the last 10 years or so, in my opinion, but who knows?
Thank you.
That's it? That's it. Okay. Well, that was something, I guess. I don't know. Let's go to the bingo card. And let me update the bingo card with our overlapping circles. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised. Between two TEDx talks, we still haven't had a bingo on anything, which is surprising. But I'm going to go over it one more time with our blue circles. And if you have arguments for squares to be circled, please hold on to them. Collectivizes own demographic. I don't know that he did. I mean, he talked about himself as the center, amazingly enough, of all interpretations of things. But I don't know that he ever explicitly said, something to the effect of, as a list your demographic and so on. Well, I mean, I guess what it meant to be yeah, he did. He talked about, blackness, being a black boy, what that meant and so on. Yeah, okay. I mean, he was technically projecting or referring to what other people told him he should be, but it was a collectivized type statement. So let's take that one. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Certainly, if not explicitly, that was the message of the X-Men in the overall, and sort of the purpose behind their struggle, and he kept referring to that. So, as a consequence of that...
Ooh, that's a bingo.
Right?
Yeah!
We have our first multicolored bingo. Let's keep going. Privilege. I guess there... I mean, if I was... Okay, I'm not going to circle it, but I'll need some backup on this one. My first thought is that in the reverse, in the corollary, let's say, of his struggles with his sexuality, there was obviously the implication, heavy implication, that being straight had privileges in society that his orientation obviously did not. Actually, I don't need an argument. It's obvious. It's right there. It's heavily implied throughout, and it is certainly a theme that he wouldn't have to deal with these stressors if he didn't feel the same. So yeah, patriarchy. No, I never really brought up any battle of the sexes, so to speak. Wage gap. No. Feminism. No. White supremacy. It would be a stretch, and it wasn't a main theme. He brought up what, amongst his family and his community, it meant to be black or a black boy, as he said. but that really wasn't the main thrust of the thing, as far as I can tell. He was talking primarily more about his sexuality and the conflicts he had in society because of that. So, self-vilification or wretchedness. I'm going to say no. He talked about, sort of the internal feeling bad, like he couldn't be his authentic self and so on in society, but he never said something like, I was a terrible person, or I joined in on certain activities to prove my worth or anything like that, and now I regret it. So that didn't really occur. Attempt to coin new buzzword or buzz phrase. No, I didn't hear anything new. Benevolent condescension. Yeah, in the sense that he was giving all these lessons out as though they weren't just, again, sort of common, not illegitimate, but just common platitudes, self-help advice, Hallmark card type of stuff, as though it were something really revelatory, and it wasn't. It wasn't bad, but at the same time, it was a little like, if you didn't know, this is how you can be a better person, kind of.
Bingo. What?
Of course!
Anecdote that probably never happened. Nothing he cited, like the comments thrown his way and things like that. None of that sounded out of place or quote unquote too good to be true for his argument. So I don't really think so. And lastly, leaves out vital context. Yeah, what was your dream? What was it that he's working for? What is it that he requires the people around him to help him achieve? He never told us. He had a thing called dream, but that was just another listing of self-help type stuff. There was no specificity as to exactly what is he trying to do with his life. I kept thinking like the whole X-Men thing and his focus on it was going to lead up to him telling us that he got a job in the comic book industry, or he became an artist or a writer or something. But that never paid off. So I don't know. I don't have any idea. All right, well, that's where I'm at. If you have any arguments for squares to be circled, even squares only having a green circle, that's the other part too. Remember, everything that's got a single green circle around it is also fair game for another circle, because that might be relevant later on. Who knows? Put in the chat now. Advocast Diablo, Scribe Light. He contradicted his own point. He stated socialization itself was an inherent problem, then went on to tell us how we need to change how we socialize people instead. Oh, ooh, that's a good one. That's pretty good. I already circled contradicts own point or argument, but yeah. Or wait, is it? No, sorry. I apologize. I'm not following my own rule here. Yes, that is a green square, and now it is also a green and blue square. There we go. Yeah, sorry about that. My brain didn't adhere to my own rules. So thank you, Advocast. That was a good one. Spittlebugs, patriarchy, his dad forcing him to play football because big boy. Oh, man. See, it's a double bingo square. No, it's not. No, it's not specific enough. It's not quite. Not quite. I get where you're going. Patriarchy and masculinity are not necessarily the same concept. So no, I see what you're trying to do there. No, not quite. Let's see. Anything else? Any other arguments for squares to be circled or circles to be double circled? Let's see. Any other? Random American. When has Professor X not been a supervillain? I mean, in the classical construction of the guy, he is sort of the mediator, the peacemaker, the Martin Luther King type figure, so on and so forth. But yeah, they've made him a bad guy, or his subconscious manifested into its own creature, onslaught bad guy, or in the current comics, he's, as far as I can tell, he's kind of turned into a tyrant over Genosha or something. Who knows, Let's see. Any other Tyrannus, patriarchy. Everyone in church assuming he was heterosexual. No, that's not patriarchy. That's not patriarchy. That might be heteronormative, but it's not necessarily patriarchy. You have to give me something about male dominance over a thing and a stuff and a thing. Not just that our speaker was male, and not that there were expectations of him that were of a masculine nature or a heterosexual nature, but something like that. I realize, I know it's a double bingo square. We could get it, but who knows? Maybe the next talk will have it. Anything else? Let's see. Absolute General. I think Random American Shadow Ban. I don't see him any comment. Make sure you set your chat to live chat and not top chat. Live chat will show everything. It's a little drop down at the very top of the chat bar or the chat box. Check that out. Speaking of the top of the chat box, if you haven't already, and I'll remind, please check out the link there to the Gary Sinise Foundation for Veterans and their families on this Memorial Day weekend. That would be definitely appreciated. If you don't have anything to donate, that's fine, but if you could share that out on social media, if you can, that'd be appreciated as well. Okay, so I'm going to do something that I don't think I've ever done in the course of a TEDx show. I'm going to take a break because I need to use the facilities, as it were. So just stay tuned. I won't be long, but please stand by. And we're back. Not too long there, intermission. Any other arguments while I was away? Let's see. Spittle Buggies, again, patriarchy because his mom made him do it, because his dad said to do it. Kieverdam, you think I'm wrong. Your opinion matters more. Are we having a hierarchy of thought here in the chat or something? We have a social credit score for whose opinion matters more. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Absolute YouTube. Have you guys seen that when you go into a channel's videos, it automatically forces you to a For You tab and you need to go to all to see everything? Yes. It's true. It defaults to that. That's how they work. Scrappy, please tell us you didn't wash your hands. I cannot tell you that because I did. Anyway. All right, everyone. Let's move on to our last. And I only say last with a question mark at the end because I don't know. I might have the energy in me to do a fourth one. We'll see as we go. But this one, number three, the title of number three. Let me get it here real quick. How to teach kids to talk about taboo topics. Yes, how to teach kids to talk about taboo topics. And thank you, Keeperdam, so much. Male gaze equals patriarchy? Question mark. Credit absolutely degenerate. No, it does not. not inherently. You need to show or at least demonstrate some kind of inherent power dynamic or accusation about society and so on that is male-centric and usually oppressing females or something. So a culture or expectation of masculinity in a person who is male does not inherently indicate patriarchy. It might indicate, again, sort of like expectations of behavior, but it doesn't mean that necessarily men are the superior or patriarchy is at play. At least our speaker did not go down that road in his presentation, or at least not enough to make it worthy of a square. So that's my ruling on that. Again, barring a better argument. But anyway, let's learn how to talk to kids about taboo topics. So I think we're into the educational realm. I don't know if our speaker is a teacher or not, but we'll find out. And for this talk, I'm going to use, how about orange? Yes, we'll use orange as the circle color for this one. So let's move on. This one clocks in at just under 12 minutes. May or may not be our last TEDx. I'll decide after we're done with this one, but here we go.
So a few years ago, I was beginning a new unit on race with my fourth graders.
Oh, goody. A new unit on race with your fourth graders. Oh, joy. One second, I forgot to close my door. Just in case there's any extraneous sound coming from out there. Okay. A fourth grade unit on race, you say? Okay.
And whenever we start a new unit, I like to begin by having all the students list everything they know about it. And then we also list questions we have.
Great. Take a baseline from your, let's see, fourth grade, 6, 7, 8, like 9-year-olds. Take a baseline from your 8 or 9-year-olds on race. All right.
And I had the type of moment that every teacher has nightmares about.
Oh.
One of my students had just asked the question, why are some people racist? And another student, let's call her Abby, had just raised her hand and volunteered, maybe some people don't like Black people because their skin is the color of poop.
Jesus. Okay, well, here's the thing, first and foremost. This was a pain self-chosen. Our speaker set herself up for this difficulty and awkwardness by asking children to talk about a subject. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. You got what you asked for. And Kiever Dam, yes, I was thinking that myself. Kiever Dam relaying what my sister, as a very small child, how she interpreted things. When she saw a Black person for the first time, she said, chocolate people. And that's as far as it went. It was innocent and sweet, not to put a pun on it. And it never became anything more than that. But okay, how did you handle this obviously awkward situation that you invited upon yourself?
Yeah, no.
Okay, and?
So, as if on cue, my entire class exploded.
Well, there you go, guys. I have the humor temperament of a fourth grader, if you can believe it.
Half of them immediately started laughing, and the other half started yelling at Abby and shouting things like, oh my God, you can't say that, that's racist.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah. Both reactions are legitimate, depending on the circumstances, as long as you know that there's humor in the silliness of children.
So just take a second to freeze the scene in your mind. There's a class of 9 and 10-year-olds, and half of them are in hysterics because they think Abby has said something wildly funny.
Yeah. But they also might not take it seriously.
And the other half are yelling at her for saying something offensive.
Yeah. Some people have a sense of humor and some people don't. and some people understand their kids. Okay, yeah. But again, who brought this on in the first place?
And then you have Abby sitting there completely bewildered because in her mind, she doesn't understand the weight of what she said and why everybody is reacting this way. And then you have me, the teacher, standing there in the corner, like about to have a panic attack.
Yeah. So Abby has about as much understanding about the circumstances and meaning behind what she said as the other kids in the room, because they're all 8 and 9-year-olds. Everybody in the chat saying the anecdote that probably never happened. I don't know. I can believe little kids saying things out of turn. You know, I mean, Bill Cosby made a whole show about it. Kids say the darndest things. Actually, was Bill Cosby? Was it Alan Funt that did that first? Maybe it was Alan Funt before Bill Cosby. Either way, I don't necessarily disbelieve this anecdote. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
So as a classroom teacher, I have to make split-second decisions all the time.
Like maybe not engaging your 8-year-olds about race.
And I knew I needed to react, but
okay.
How?
I don't know.
Consider your fight or flight instincts. I could fight by raising my voice and reprimanding her for her words, or flight, just change the subject and quickly start reaching for another subject, like anything to get my students' minds off the word. Well, if I had to do it,
let's see, how would I do that? I'd say I would stay calm, I'd stay mature, and I'd try to settle the class down, and I would say something to the effect of, have you ever been made fun of for something that you don't have any control over? Like wearing glasses, or being short, or having a particular color hair, or things like that. All right. That's what racism is. It's about, and for the sake of the simplicity of talking to children, it's about thinking of someone as lesser than you because of their skin color, something they don't have any control over. And that's not fair, because if you've ever felt bad being made fun of for something that you don't have any control over, well, that doesn't feel good, does it? So what you want to do in life is to assess people on who they are and not what they look like, not things that they don't have any control over, not things that don't say anything about what kind of person they are. Because just because someone wears glasses does not make them a bad person, right? Just because someone has long hair doesn't make them a good person, right? You have to take people on for who they are, not what they are. And that's why racism is bad, because racism says you know something about a person simply because of what they look like. That's how I would have dealt with that. I would have ignored her comment, ignored the children's reactions, settled them down, and taught them a lesson as a group. That's what I would have pushed. Now, how did our speaker handle it?
However, as we know, the right thing to do is often not the easy thing to do. And as much as I wanted this moment to be over and that I knew both of these options would help me escape the situation, I knew that this was far too important of a teachable moment to miss.
Well, given the fact that it was your decision to bring this up in the first place with young children in the room, you should have anticipated there would be some kind of outburst. So yes, this was your only reasonable course of action based on your own decisions. So what exactly did you do?
So after standing there for what felt like an eternity, I unfroze.
Yes.
And I turned to face my class.
Yes.
And I said, actually, Abby makes a point.
Okay. No, okay. Depending on how you leverage that statement, that could be so. All right.
And my students kind of looked at each other all confused. And
You're treading dangerous ground now, because if one kid goes to their parents and says the wrong interpretation of what you're doing, you are in deep trouble. But okay, keep going.
Continued.
Yeah.
One reason why racism exists is because people with light skin have looked at people with dark skin and said that their skin was ugly, and even use this reason as an excuse to dehumanize them.
Okay, you lost. You failed. You immediately failed. You put... nope. You failed the test. You didn't make it a universal lesson for all people. You made it about skin color inherently. You didn't talk about the inherent poison of racism as a concept, regardless of who it's coming from. You place the blame, the responsibility, and the evil all onto one demographic. And you made the other demographic the inherent victim thereof. You lost. You lost. After we just had the example of the X-Men, right, who promote a sort of universal truth about being made the outsiders, being discriminated against, and so on, and how no matter what you look like, no matter what your mutant powers are, no matter where you come from, we're all just people one to another and have to work together to solve problems. You just went down the divisive angle. So, unfortunately, I disagree with your strategy.
And the reason why we're learning about race and racism in the first place is to educate ourselves to know better.
You already failed. You attributed racism to a skin color. You failed out of the gate.
And to understand why comments like this are hurtful, and to make sure that people with dark skin are always treated with respect.
This is more out of annoyance and a little bit of irritation than it is out of absolute confusion, but...
What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Right?
Okay, how about respecting people regardless of their skin color? You are not doing anything to unify. You are dividing. You are, in fact, using racism to try to fight back against racism, but you seemingly don't understand this. But this is your perspective. Okay.
And kindness.
Oh, sorry, I gotta back up a little bit. I cut her off slightly.
People with dark skin are always treated with respect and kindness.
What if someone with dark skin is a terrible person? What if their character does not engender respect? That's the lesson. People need to be assessed on who they are, how they behave, how they treat themselves, how they treat others, regardless of their appearance. That should be the lesson. You are just pushing racist stereotypes onto the malleable minds of small children. You're not helping the situation. You are, in fact, perpetuating the problem.
Now, this was a truly terrifying teachable moment.
Yeah, for reasons that are completely different from my perspective than from yours.
But as we move forward in the conversation, I noticed that both Abby and the rest of the kids were still willing to engage. And as I watched the conversation really marinate with my students, I began to wonder how many of my students have assumptions just like Abby.
Mind reading assumes motives. Circling that one. That is our third multicolor, or sorry, our first 3-color square. Let me get that there. All right. Also circling white supremacy for the first time, because that is implied very strongly in what she just pushed forward to her students. Yeah, okay, keep going.
And what happens when those assumptions go unnoticed and unaddressed, as they so often do?
I don't know. You've made those assumptions. What are you going to do about those assumptions? Let me actually, let's see, diversity, equity, inclusion, not yet, child, it's not marginalization. Yeah, because she had to contend with Abby's opinion there, when she effectively marginalized people even further that way. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just looking at the card real quick. It's a little bit different now that I have to also look at squares I've previously circled for possible extra circles, because I haven't had to do that before any other show. So it's a new skill I have to learn. And I didn't circle free space 3 times already, so I should probably do that. Do that. Sorry, this is all happening off screen. I apologize. This is the awkwardness of live TV and a completely novel idea for this series. So, all right, there we go. All right, let's keep going.
But first, I think it's important to take a step back and even consider what makes the topic taboo.
The way that you presented it, in that you, again, were pushing a division of thought on the subject rather than pushing a unification of consideration for people outside the aspect of race. That's what it was. That's really what it was.
Like, I don't remember receiving an official list of things you're not supposed to talk about. But I do remember hearing over and over growing up, there are 2 things you do not talk about at family get-togethers.
Politics and what was the other one?
Those 2 things are religion and politics.
No, that's right, religion. And so what is it? Okay. I blanked. I completely blanked. I was like, politics and was she going to say race? I don't think that was it.
And I always thought this was very curious because religion and politics often are such huge influencing factors over so many of our identities and beliefs.
You don't say. But it's not that hard to figure out.
But what makes the topic taboo is that feeling of discomfort that arises when these things come up in conversation. But some people are extremely fluent in the language of equity, while other people fear being PC shamed or that their ignorance will show as soon as they open their mouths.
Yeah, well, I can't imagine. Equity is on the board now, so circle in that one, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So let me get that one squared away here. There we go. All right, let's see what do we have so far. We still need a patriarchy. We're still looking for a new buzzword or buzz phrase. And self-vilification or wretchedness. Not quite. She didn't really vilify herself in that story. I don't know. Keeverdam, thank you so much. Which color are we currently using? Also, list for things not to talk about. Oh, yeah. I'm on orange. So we've gone from green to blue to orange. And yeah, things you don't talk about at dinner. Yeah, that's true. That's a list. Oh, I will grant you that one as well. Thank you, Keeverdam. Appreciate it. All right, let's keep going.
But I believe that the first step towards holding conversations about things like equity is to begin by building a common language. And that actually starts with destigmatizing topics that are typically deemed taboo.
Sure, but it depends on how you approach them. Real quick, Assassin of the Gray saying, anecdote that never happened. No white child at 9 years old would have said that without being crucified in the media. I don't know every story that's ever come out about children saying something in the classroom. And she never said Abby was white, I don't think. Did she? And even if she did, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, see, I can believe that bringing up that topic amongst a bunch of 8 and 9-year-olds, some kid would say something completely goofy. I can believe it. I don't have any reason to think that's a false anecdote. Just like I don't have any reason to disbelieve her response was how she really felt about it and what she told those kids, which is disturbing in and of itself. But anyway, let me back up a little bit here. Sorry.
Is to begin by building a common language. And that actually starts with destigmatizing topics that are typically deemed taboo.
Yeah, but are these topics that need to be discussed with children at that age, at that time? Is it really necessary? I guess my first question would be, amongst several, why at that moment did you feel it was necessary to bring up that topic? What educational value did that have? I mean, if you were doing a precursor to talking about the civil rights movement, I could maybe see that. That might make some sense. But without any more information, I'm really curious as to know, like, what caused you at that moment to bring that up?
Now, conversations around race, for example, have their own specific language, and students need to be fluent in this language in order to have these conversations.
Okay, what language is that?
Now, schools are often the only place where students can feel free and comfortable to ask questions and make mistakes, but unfortunately, not all students feel that sense of security.
If you say so.
Now, I knew that day in front of my fourth graders that how I chose to respond could actually have lifelong implications, not only for Abby, but for the rest of the students in my class.
I think you might be inflating your importance a bit too broadly. I think the reaction you had to what Abby said in the classroom had more potential ramifications to your career than anything else. But okay, sure, you do you.
If I had brushed her words aside, the rest of the class could actually infer that this type of comment is acceptable. But
you are not their parent. You are not the end-all, be-all adult role model for how they will decide to choose to live their lives. You are a temporary caretaker on a daily basis, there to educate. I don't know what to tell you. That seems a bit. Smacks a bit of hubris to me. But what do I know?
But if I had yelled at Abby and embarrassed her in front of all of her friends, that feeling of shame associated with one of her first conversations on race could actually prevent her from ever engaging on that topic again.
Well, now, if only you had had that thought before you started saying that racism is a white people issue. If only you'd had that thought before making anyone who isn't white an inherent victim in your own statements. If only you'd had the thought that what you say to those children may have an impact on how they see themselves or see others, when instead you could have had a message of unity, of common understanding, of respect one to another, regardless of appearance. But no, you didn't do that. You pushed the same divisive, racist narrative that so many others are pushing these days, thinking that they're doing the good work.
Now, teaching kids about equity in schools is not teaching them what to think.
Keep telling yourself that. Whatever helps you sleep at night, I guess. But I tell you what, you keep telling yourself that. Maybe someday you'll make others believe it who think for 2 seconds.
It is about giving them the tools and strategies and language and opportunities to practice how to think.
Sure it is. Sure it is. Because equity is not a charged word of ideology these days. No. I'm not teaching them what to think. I'm giving them the tools of how to think in the way that I approve of. By the way, racism comes from white people. Oh, Jesus.
For example, think about how we teach kids how to read.
I don't know. How do we teach kids how to read? Is that a how or is that a what? I mean, you could teach them what to read, I suppose. Let's see. I'm going to pick a different color for the WTF circle real quick, because I did have a WTF on this card. We could have multiple WTFs. I don't think, well, unless I decide to do another one now. Yeah, okay. How do we teach kids to read?
We don't start by giving them books. We start by breaking down words into letters and sounds, and we encourage them to practice their fluency by reading every single day with a partner or with a friend. And we give them lots of comprehension questions to make sure that they're understanding what they're reading.
Sure, you teach them how to read. Now, let's go back to what you said in response to Abby's quip. Were you teaching them how to think, or did you tell them what to think?
And I believe that teaching kids about equity should be approached in the exact same way.
Oh, well, you already failed out of the gate. So, okay. Oh, and for those of you at home, maybe she'll go over this. I'll give her a second. There's now an image up on the screen.
I like to start by giving my students a survey every year about different issues around equity.
I'm not here to teach kids what to think. By the way, let me show you my social justice survey that I give to fourth graders. Are you kidding me? Holy cats. All right, social justice survey. 1, what is social justice? What do you think it means? 2, what is race? 3, what is racism? 4, what is a stereotype? Can you give an example? Yeah, what you just said to Abby and the rest of us. Oh my gosh. All right. This survey also has answers written in. Maybe she'll say them again. If she does, I apologize for the repetition. Number 1, what is social justice? What do you think it means? Answer, I don't know. Like ... justice for everyone? I don't know. 2, what is race? When 2 or more cars, people, and animals run to see who is fastest and who wins. Very good. A+. And I'm not being facetious. That kid should get an A+ for that one. Because without specificity, fine by me. 3, what is racism? When someone says or calls someone dark-skinned a mean name. Well, teacher, our speaker, your lesson's stuck. Your lesson's stuck. You got through to this kid that racism has only one victim class. Congratulations. You won. You're not teaching them what to think. You're totally teaching them how to think. Very good. Lastly, what is a stereotype? Can you give an example? I know, I just forgot, though. Frowny face. Sounds like a 4th grader. But at least the kid learned the lesson you taught that day with Abby. That is an accomplishment, isn't it?
And inclusion. And this is a sample survey from one of my kids. And as you can see, there's some humor in here. For under the question, what is race? She has written, when 2 or more cars, people, and animals run to see who is fastest and who wins.
Isn't that great? See, the innocence of a child, right? And maybe the kid was being funny. Maybe the kid was being serious. But at least they learned the most important lesson. Go to question number 3. Tell us what you think about question number 3.
However, if you look at her question, what is racism? It says when somebody says or calls someone dark-skinned a mean name. So she's young, but she's showing that she's beginning to understand.
I'm teaching how, not what, guys. How, not what.
And when we act like our students aren't capable of having these conversations, we actually do them such a disservice.
Do you in enforcing a social ideology upon them and then congratulating them on regurgitating to you your personal prejudices and discriminatory thoughts? Yeah, such a disservice. I agree. Now,
I also know that these types of conversations can seem really, really intimidating with our
sorry, I didn't actually mean to pause it there. My thumb twitched on the spacebar.
That these types of conversations can seem really, really intimidating with our students, especially with young learners. But I have taught 1st through 5th grades, and I can tell you, for example, that I'm not going to walk into a 1st grade classroom and start talking about things like mass incarceration.
Why not? Why not? You're doing them a disservice not having these conversations with those 1st graders. Why would you shy away from discussing mass incarceration with your 1st graders? You just told us that, okay, circling contradicts own point or argument because, well, she just did. So let's do that one right here. All right, there we go. Let's see. Do I have... Yeah, all she has to do is give us an attempt to coin new buzzword or buzz phrase, and we'll get 2 bingos. All right.
But even a 6-year-old 1st grader can understand the difference between what is fair, people getting what they need. We identified a lot of these things in class together.
Yeah, I know. I have to say that knowing that this lady has taught 1st through 5th graders along these lines is actually kind of a terrifying thought. Holy cow, Redneck Ram again. Thank you so much. You might have already decided, not sure, 22 minutes behind, but maybe some motivation for a 4th TEDx to keep my brain stimulated a bit longer while working. You've given me enough energy so far that I may now be able to make the evening outgoing truck. Oh man, Redneck Ram. Oh, geez. A 4th one? Well, you definitely started to turn the tide on my decision. I suppose I've got a few others on the list. But thank you so much. That is ridiculously generous of you. Thank you so much, Ram. And that reminds me as well, please, everybody, take a look at the top of the chat box to the link to the donation page of the Gary Sinise Foundation for Veterans and Their Families. If you have a couple extra bucks to spare, please consider giving there for the sake of the Memorial Day weekend. And if you can't donate, that's fine. But if you can share that link out on social media, that would also be appreciated. Thank you so much. All right. Well, I will take it under advisement. Redneck Ram, I might be able to get a fourth one in here. I don't want you to lose your mojo for your work day. So, all right. Sorry, I'm going to back up a little bit just to make sure we didn't miss anything important.
People getting what they need. We identified a lot of these things in class together.
Sounds a little communistic.
And the difference between fair and equal when everybody gets the same thing, especially goodie bags at birthday parties.
Oh, holy, oh my gosh. Derek LaRue, thank you so much as well again for the fourth. Okay. The bounty on a fourth TEDx has been paid. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. I really do appreciate it. There will be a fourth TEDx. I will pull another one out of the archives. I got a couple left, I'm sure. Okay. The bounty is paid. Please, I appreciate it so much, but thank you. I'll be making a donation to the Gary Sinise Foundation on the backs of your guys' generosity myself after the show. So thank you guys so much. But yeah, all right. We'll have a fourth TEDx. I will go the extra mile, even though my brain says no. My mind's telling me no, but my audience is telling me yes. Okay, anyway.
Now, first graders can also understand the difference between a punishment and a consequence.
Can they? Oh my gosh. Miranda Stone, thank you as well so much. More fourth. I should have done like the 4th of July or something. I'll have to have a 4th of July stream or something at some point. Thank you so much, Miranda. Yes, there will be a 4th. There will be a 4th. Oh my gosh. Kiever Dam. As soon as it pops up on the other thing here. Thank you. Fourth. Thank you. Okay, there will be a 4th. I promise. I've got a couple of good candidates. There will be a 4th TEDx. Holy cow, guys. Thank you. Okay, let's keep going.
And all of these things are foundational concepts that anyone needs to understand before having a conversation about mass incarceration in the United States.
So all of that was just a prep for talking to first graders about mass incarceration. How does mass incarceration develop a first grader's reading skills, math skills, writing skills? Where does that part come in? Just so that they can fill out surveys and regurgitate back to your own beliefs so you can feel better about yourself? Is that it? So you can know that you've made an impact on these children by directing their thoughts and their opinions in the way that you want. Thank you, John Miller. I'm too much of a cheapskate. You're fine. I appreciate it. Okay, sorry, I'm little flustered. I've said this before, and I know it might sound like just Hallmark card territory, but I recently spoke to my parents on the occasion of my birthday in the last few days, and I reiterated to them how much I appreciated them. And in the context of that, I think now about the values that they instilled with me. At the same time that I'm listening to our speaker talk about what she values and how a lot of it inherently conflicts with how I was raised and how I think about things. And all that's to say, I do not underestimate the value of a dollar. I do not underestimate the value of the representation of someone's labor and generosity. I really don't. So it really, your generosity, $1, $10, whatever, I never expected at all. I feel awkward as a result, but I thank you guys for it so much. I really do appreciate it, and I will pay it forward as best as I can. So, and I know you were kidding, John. I know, but it just it's one of those things that I just feel compelled to reiterate to myself, if not to the rest of the world. But anyway, sorry, I'm going to back up again. This has just been the TEDx of interruptions. Good interruptions, but all the same, I want to make sure we hear our speaker out.
Are foundational concepts that anyone needs to understand before having a conversation about mass incarceration in the United States. Some people might think that kindergartners or first graders are too young to have conversations around racism.
Yeah, like most rational people. It's not your realm to push ideology onto children like that. You are not their parent. You are not their guru. Reading, writing, arithmetic. That is your domain. Stop stepping outside of that.
But also to tell you that young kids understand that there are many different components that make up our identities and how people are similar and different, and what it means to have power when other people don't.
And obviously, you know who has power because of their skin color, and you know who doesn't because of their skin color. Right? Oh, sorry. I guess I have to do this to myself now. Come on, you can do it. Come on.
Right?
I don't know why there's a delay in playing that one, but whatever. Anyway.
When we have these conversations with students at a young age, it actually takes away some of that taboo feeling when those topics come up at a later age.
Does it? You're a mind reader? You've looked into their futures. You've monitored their activities after you've made these grand declarations to them? I mean, if you say so.
I also know that teaching about these things in schools can feel like navigating a minefield.
Yeah, of career possibilities.
For example, what happens if parents or families aren't on board with having these conversations in schools?
Oh, sorry, parents, families. You mean someone other than your own desires comes into the equation here? Yeah, what does happen if you start talking about race and mass incarceration and social justice and start attributing qualities of life to people on the basis of their skin color to young children without their parents' knowledge or consent? What happens then? How do you manage that particular problem?
But so these are some examples of things that students have said to me and brought to my attention.
That's not a justification to start operating as a guru. You are not their parent. And so your response to a parent complaining about what you are teaching their children how to think, quote unquote, your response is, well, kids come to me with this stuff all the time. Well, then why don't you leave it to their parents to deal with it? Why don't you talk to their parents at a parent-teacher conference about subject matter and issues in the classroom that maybe should be handled in the household, but are not your realm to dictate?
For example, I had a student come in and whisper to me, I've heard all these people use the term LGBTQ, but I don't know what it means and I'm too embarrassed to admit it. I had a student come in over a weekend.
Well, okay, whoa, back up. How did you what was your response to that student? How in-depth did you go on that subject with that student? Or perhaps you should have said, you should ask your parents about that. Because it's not my responsibility. Maybe? Back up a bit.
Embarrassed to admit it. I had a student come in over a weekend and come up to me and say, I just watched this movie about Australia and it made me wonder if they have racism there too.
Anecdote that probably never happened. Circling that one. No. Sorry. Either one, the other, or both. No.
And I always want my students to be comfortable having these conversations because
those aren't conversations you should be having with your students. Okay. I'm just going to start repeating myself even more.
Because when they're comfortable talking about it and asking questions, They also build comfort in bringing in their own lives and experiences and how they relate to these big topics.
No. When they bring up these things, if they bring up these things, they are reaffirming your sense of self-importance. That's all it's doing. It's making you feel like you are the important one, that your thoughts, your beliefs, your social justice needs are being met. That's what makes it feel real productive, because it's satisfying you.
Also, some teachers might be kind of nervous if a student brings up a topic or asks a question and they don't know the answer to it. But if a student ever brings something to my attention and I don't know the answer, I will always admit it and own it, because I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in something that I don't have experience in or I'm not an authority on.
But you will tell children that racism is a deal where white people are mean to dark people, right? That is an area where you feel you are an expert in. You're fine there. But I mean, if you don't know something, I mean, you'll admit when you don't know something. But when you know something, oh boy, you go all in on that one. Okay.
That same year, I had a student come in and ask a question about the LGBTQ community.
Was this a fourth grader? That same year. What year are we in now? Are we in first grade, fourth grade? You said you taught all the way up to fifth grade. Okay, so unless you specify in the next 10 seconds or something, we're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of 10-year-olds and down to 6, thereabouts. Okay, so at worst, you're talking to a 10-year-old, all right?
And I just didn't know enough to give them an appropriate answer.
What was the question?
So instead, I encouraged that student to reach out and ask that question to a representative of a nonprofit who had come to speak to our class about that very same issue.
What issue? What are you talking about? A nonprofit. What was this person invited to speak from the nonprofit, somebody that you approved of because of your ideological leanings and theirs coming in contact with your own? You didn't tell them to go talk to their parents because it's not your realm? What was this person from this nonprofit there to teach about? What? If she doesn't explain, leaves out vital context, getting circled.
When we admit to our students that we don't have all the answers, not only does it humanize us to them, it also shows them that adults have a long way to go too when it comes to learning about issues of equity.
Holy cats. All right, leaves out vital context, circling that one. Jeez, this is so creepy. This is so creepy.
A little while back, I wrote a lesson about consent.
Oh, and
to some people, this was very exciting because I took this topic that seemed very, very taboo and scary, accessible for young learners.
I can't even imagine.
However, to other people, the idea of consent is so strongly tied to sex, and sex is often considered a taboo subject, that it made them very uncomfortable.
Yes, talking about sex with young children, 1st to 4th grade, is a bit of a taboo subject, especially if you have not alerted parents to the oncoming lesson plan. Did you? And if they objected, did you care?
But my students are 3rd graders, so we're not talking about sex in class.
But if somebody brings up LGBTQ issues, you're happy to discuss it with them or send them to some stranger to talk to them about it. Okay.
Rather, I wanted them to understand that everybody has different physical boundaries that make them feel comfortable.
Okay. I'm going to step back a second and say that, yes, when I was a child, there were TV shows that had lessons in them where people would say things like, you don't have to do anything you're not comfortable with. And if anybody tries to tell you to keep a secret that you don't want to keep, tell your parents, tell an adult. Don't let anybody touch you. Wear your swimsuit covers. I mean, these are obviously referring to, for the sake of YouTube and otherwise, yucky things that deal with that kind of stuff. So in that sense, it's not a bad thing to do. However, even in that sense, I would at least give the parents a heads up on exactly what you're going to talk about and how you're going to talk about it. But, okay, what did you do?
And the social and emotional intelligence it takes to read somebody's words and tone and body language are skills that often need to be explicitly taught the same way we teach things like reading and math.
That is an interesting justification for yourself to rationalize what you're doing and how you're doing it. Okay.
And this lesson is for students of one single demographic.
Oh, are you sure about that?
Things like questioning and making observations and critical thinking are things that any student of any race or ethnicity or background or language or income or zip code should be learning in schools.
Yes, but we're not talking about those things inherently. You're adding on a whole bunch of concepts and what was the lesson plan to children about consent?
Also, deliberate avoidance of these conversations speaks volumes to our students.
How do you know they're being avoided in the home? How do you know that their parents haven't already had these talks with them? How do you know that their own experiences at home, with their siblings, with other kids, elsewise in their lives? Why do you assume that you need to be the one to push these ideas forward outside of the realm of academics? Why? Did the parents tell you that they want these things to be taught? Did you even consult with the parents on any of these things ahead of time when the school year began to get their feedback before you started feeding this stuff to their children? I'm morbidly curious to know the answer to that one.
Because kids notice when their teachers, when their textbooks leave out the voices and experiences of people like women or people of color, that silence speaks volumes.
So you say.
I also recently asked my class of third graders what they would say to adults who think they're too young to learn about issues of equity.
You asked third graders what they would say about adults who thought they were too young to learn about equity. Equity through the lens that you provided in your lesson plans and surveys. I don't know. What did these third graders say to you to affirm what you taught them to say?
And while this is a small sample of my 25 students, all of them agree that not only are they capable of having these conversations, but they view it, the right to learn it, as a right and not as a privilege.
Privilege! Well, at least it was on the board explicitly. Oh my gosh.
And in their words, we're big enough to know about these things because these problems are happening where we live.
Wait. We can think the same way you do. What was that? For those of you at home, she's put up an image of what looks like the answer to a question that a child has written onto lined paper. And it says, we can think the same way you do. Is that their response to the adult? Is that what that's supposed to be? Who taught them that? Who taught them that they are on the same level of mental maturity as an adult?
And we have the right to talk about them because it will be our life in the future. Thank you.
They are not your children. They do not belong to you. Boy, oh boy. I tell you what, and I've said this before, certainly. The TEDx talks that probably creep me out the most are the ones from educators, seemingly on a stage, rationalizing and justifying to themselves, pushing a particular social ideology onto the malleable minds of children, and then feeling good about it. They're the real heroes, and almost never even bringing up the involvement of parents. And in this case, when she did, it was all about having to deal with the adversarial nature of potential parental involvement. Like, oh my gosh. Okay, well, let's go over the bingo card again for the third time. Not the last time, but the third time. All right, so here's where we're at. And then here's, let me save it over here and refresh it here. Here's where we're at right now. All right, so I'm going to go over it one more time. And then I'll take arguments for squares to be circled. Collectivize its own demographic. As teachers, something like that or similar to was said in the course of this. So yes, she is a teacher. As a demographic that she falls in. So there we go for that one. Systemic or institutional. I think in the course of her talking about teaching schools and so on, and especially the ideas and concepts she was pushing, systemic and institutional. Sales pitch for product or service. No, there wasn't anything specific in there. Childhood or family anecdote. When she said the things you don't talk about around the dinner table, she didn't actually make mention of her own childhood as far as I know, so that didn't count. And talking about anecdotes of her in the classroom that involved children that were her students doesn't count. Let's see, diversity, equity, and inclusion, already got that one. Plays victim. I didn't hear her play the victim at any point herself. The closest she came is when she alluded to pushback on her lesson plans, but she had a snarky answer of, well, my kids brought it to me. Like, okay. Microaggressions and conscious bias. Yeah, that was put in there a little bit with things people say or do. And I mean, Abby's comment, and again, I'm accepting that anecdote as true just for the sake of things. Abby's comment falls within that. Patriarchy, again, no. She never really brought up, sort of the gender wars or anything. Wage gap, no. Feminism, no. Self-vilification or wretchedness, definitely not. She's the superhero of the story here. Attempt to coin new buzzword or buzz phrase, again, no. And let's see, benevolent condescension. Yes. Sorry, I skipped over some because my brain is still skipping over things that already have circles in them. Let me backtrack here a second. Apologies. Let me circle benevolent condescension. That definitely was there. Argumentative non sequitur. Argumentative non sequitur. No, I don't think there was anything in there that was completely detached from what she was going at, whether I agreed with it or not. Let's see, word salad. No, I understood what she was saying. Weightless example. Weightless example. Boy, oh boy, my mind is still roiling with how much this creeped me out. A weightless example. Well, actually, you know what the weightless example was the survey on social justice, where you had one answer that was about race cars and you had another answer that was completely in line with her own way of thinking, as though that was proof that the child understood, when in fact all it was the child telling the teacher what she wanted to hear and her like getting all proud of it or something. Let's see, plays victim, no. Child of family. Yeah, so I think I have it fully kitted out now. So there's my answers for that one. If you have arguments for squares to be circled, again, put them in the chat now. I'll scroll up a bit. Let's see. Johnny Blaze, what happened to teachers being over glorified babysitters? Stop trying to indoctrinate kids. Hey, yeah, I don't know. Apparently it depends on what side of the aisle you're on as to whether it's good or bad or something, I guess. I don't know. Sasson the Gray, this never happened. Again, I don't know. If the teacher handled it and it didn't go beyond that, then I can't say. There's plenty of things that happen in schools that are questionable that don't make it to the national news. So I can't, I don't know. I don't know. I can't speak as to what's not in the presentation. Can I believe that a kid said something untoward in a classroom, in a fourth grade classroom? Yes. Nothing about it was so perfect as to completely exonerate our teacher's thinking. It actually put her in a very awkward position of something that a kid would say. So I don't know. Let's see. Advocate described the children claiming they can think the same as adults is a weightless example. Of course, they believe it. They do not have knowledge of how an adult thinks, or as adults do. That is also true. I circled weightless example already, but that is also true. Yeah, to assume that a child has the same mental maturity and understanding of the world as an adult, and then tell children that they do, and then they repeat it back, and then say, "Oh, well, see, obviously they do." It's such a ridiculous line of thinking. If that's how she approaches her educational strategy with children, that if I tell them a thing is true and they say it back to me, then obviously it is true. Like, what? Miranda Stone, the child even said they forgot what the answer was. Yeah, what is a stereotype? I forget. But she did remember that racism part. That part stuck. That part stuck. Let's see. Any other arguments for squares to be circled on this one, guys? And while you consider that, I have to now select the mythical number 4 here. And I think my audio probably cut out there because another browser opened up when I clicked that button. Hope that didn't happen, but if it did, I apologize. All right, so which one do I want to do? Oh my gosh, I have so many to choose from. Oh man. Okay, this is about as detached a subject from the others. I think that probably makes it worthwhile. I think. So let me find it real quick and let me pull it up and prep it. Just as a note, I really need to check this first for audio because I haven't checked to see if the audio quality will be good enough. One second. Okay, yeah, it sounds all right. Now, obviously, I haven't had a chance to. I usually boost the audio, the native audio on the presentations before I put them up for broadcast. In this case, I can't. So I'm going to have to do it as it stands. Hopefully it'll be legible for everybody, or at least audible. One second here, apologies. These are all steps I usually take before I go to broadcast, and now I have to all prepped here. 1 second. Come on, you can do it. What do you mean it can't be? What? Why? Why not? Okay, let me change it then. Sorry, everyone. I don't mean to have. I try as much as possible to avoid dead air during the course of a broadcast because, well, that's not fun and not entertaining. But in this instance, I have to manage some stuff that apparently being very temperamental with me. So just a moment. What are you talking about? It's right there. The file is right there. Oh my gosh. Come on now. All right. This is going to be it, right? This is going to fix it. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Let's do that. All right. So we're going into our fourth TEDx. I'm going to pick a different color. What haven't I used so far? How about lavender, actual lavender? Okay. All right. Let me get this here and here, and then I will read you all title. This amazing thing. All right, here we go. It's nearly 20 minutes. It's 18 minutes and 30 seconds. So if you guys wanted more TEDx, here we go. Decolonizing global health and drug policy. The operative word here being decolonizing. Because as we know, that just means, well, we'll see what it means to our speaker. All right. After this one, though, guys, I think we might be done. But here's your fourth. TEDx in our Memorial Day Marathon. Again, please direct your attention to the top of the chat box to the Gary Sinise Foundation for Veterans and their families. Please consider donating there or at least sharing the link out. Round 4. Unfiltered, unedited, unboosted. Rethink realities. Oh boy, here we go.
So today, my title of my talk is about decolonizing global health and drug policy.
Okay, you guys hear that? Okay, let me go in the let me go. Let me know in the chat. My brain's starting to leave me. Sound okay? It's a little quiet for me, but it's not terrible. Sounds good, says Kiever Dam. All right, here we go.
But what I'm actually going to be talking about is anti-Blackness in global health and drug policy.
Oh, good. I know how to pick them. Boy, do I know how to pick them. All right. So yeah, you're saying the exact same thing, with using different words as far as the current definitions go. Decolonization is, yeah. All right. Here we go.
So let's start with some questions. I can just about see most of you in the audience. Put up your hand if any of these apply to you.
Oh, real quick, up on the board there on our graphic is white privilege. We have privilege literally on the board. Circling that one. All right.
Can you go to a store and be able to shop without any of the store employees following you around or harassing you?
Oh, so we're going for the Peggy McIntosh invisible knapsack argument here. Okay, just tell me, please tell me that we're going to cover the color of Band-Aids. Please tell me that we're going to cover the color of Band-Aids.
Yep.
Are you going to tell the viewing audience how many people are raising their hands?
Can you open a newspaper or turn on the TV and see people of your color represented in those media?
You're not going to tell anybody what the responses you're getting from the audience, are you? And the camera's not going to do that either, is it? Okay. Band-Aids, fingers crossed.
When you're taught about your history and your culture, you were taught that it was people of your color that made it what it is today.
Oh, Lord. Band-Aids.
So these are all examples of white privilege.
Really? Is that what that is? Okay.
It's a term coined by Peggy McIntosh.
Oh, what? Wait. Oh, yeah, no, sorry. White fragility. I was right about Peggy McIntosh. She was bringing up the invisible knapsack. Boy, the things I have learned these years. I hear one phrase and suddenly I know exactly where it's coming from. Tell us about the Band-Aids. Please tell us about the Band-Aids. Also, if you would, and I know she probably might not, but if she would, actually put up Peggy McIntosh's list of white privileges, and also notice all of the weasel words therein, where you can, quote unquote, be pretty much assured to see, will probably have, and on and on. And when you have exceptions like that, are they really privileges?
And she said that I was always taught to understand that white privilege, that racism was certain acts of individual meanness, not that it was an actual system of oppression. And so as we go through today,
systemic institutional on the board. What we really need now is I'm starting to see if there's any other overlaps that could work. Yeah, we didn't have enough overlaps with some of the other ones to make sort of like the same bingo twice or something like that. So yeah, we still need patriarchy, feminism, wage gap, self-vilification, and attempt to coin new buzzword. White supremacy, going to circle that one. That also applies. So there you go on that one. Okay. Keep going.
I ask you to be aware of your white privilege.
Oh, I am totally aware of my white privilege.
The murder of George Floyd.
Oh, you know, I'm starting to think I should put George Floyd on the TEDx card because, man alive, we have him brought up over and over and over again.
In 2020 resulted in revelations about the systemic racism that Black, Brown, and Indigenous people face all over the world.
No, it had people take advantage of a societal upset event for their own purposes, ideologically, financially, politically, and so on. Mostly.
It was a time where we were confronted with systems that didn't work for Black, Brown, and Indigenous people. We were confronted with the fact that white supremacy has touched almost every country on Earth.
China? Okay.
Through colonialism and its allied systems of slavery and apartheid.
Yes, because slavery and mechanisms similar to or the same as apartheid have never existed amongst any other cultures or races throughout the whole of human history.
As Black people, we try to fit into the dominant culture. We try to master the tools of the dominant culture.
Whoa, wait, what? Okay, the sound just completely desynced from her mouth. What? Hold on. Did you guys see that? I'm seeing that.
Revelations about the systemic racism that Black, Brown, and Indigenous people face all over the world. It was a time where we were confronted with systems that didn't work for Black, Brown, and Indigenous people.
Okay, it's in sync. No pun intended, but I'll take it.
We were confronted with the fact that white supremacy has touched almost every country on Earth. Through colonialism and its allied systems of slavery and apartheid. As Black people, we try to fit into the dominant culture.
No. Whoa. Okay. No, this isn't a desyncing. This is an overdub. What we're hearing now is overlaid on whatever was being said on the stage. Now, I don't know if that was done because this segment had some kind of audio problem. I guess I could understand that, but it is not part of the original presentation. This as soon as we cut away to this overhead shot, it is an overdub.
Apartheid. As Black people, we try to fit into the dominant culture. We try to master the tools of the dominant culture. We go to the right schools.
Okay, you know, as I'm watching her mouth move, it sounds like that this is meant to take over from what she was saying on the stage. So maybe there was an audio problem. I just want to point that out because that was just very bizarre. So, okay, this is just her maybe overdubbing for the sake of clarity. It's hard to say.
Get the right education and degrees. We dress the part. We speak the language, but we shouldn't have to. So I've been working in global public health for about 25 years now.
Global public health. You know, there was a time not too long ago, whenever I heard somebody say that they were majoring in public health, it just seemed to be a synonym for I'm majoring in social justice, or I'm majoring in progressive ideology or something. Because it didn't really say anything. It wasn't a profession or a trade or a particular discipline. It always seemed to be like some kind of Swiss Army knife for I'm taking a major in social politics. But okay.
Now, and I started because we had won I'm a South African. We had won the war against apartheid in South Africa, but then everyone was dying of HIV and AIDS related diseases. And I thought, how is this possible? How do we allow this to happen?
How do you allow disease to happen?
Because in the West.
Oh, okay, and we're doing it again. I'm guessing that whenever they cut to an overhead shot, for some reason that cut out the audio of the presentation or screwed it up somehow. That's the only thing I can conclude, because it's only happening when we have this overhead shot.
In the United States, in North America, and in Western Europe, they had antiretrovirals so people could stay alive. But in South Africa, people were losing the battle against HIV and AIDS. So many people were sick and dying unnecessarily, and I wanted to be able to change that. And that's one of the reasons why I started working in global public health.
So you mean to tell me that the health system in a country separate from America was different? Okay.
One of the things I've noticed over the past 25 years is that our systems, our health structures do not work for us.
Well, I mean, in the sense that someone in this country can go bankrupt over being sick, I agree. But as far as I can tell, no country has a perfect health system. So I don't know.
They do not work for Black people, brown people, or indigenous people.
They don't work for people. Okay. Give me some evidence that it's a race-based thing. Give me some evidence that the medical industry is being racist, that doctors are being racist.
Anywhere. And so I started to think, well, where did global health come from then?
Ideological extremists.
Where did we get these structures?
I don't know. Where did they come from?
Well, it came from tropical medicine. It came from the fact that colonial powers wanted to ensure that white people in their colonies did not die of malaria or yellow fever. So
wait, what?
it came from an idea that they needed to protect their resources, which included human beings in their colonies.
So why didn't they then give medicine to everybody since I don't know. I don't know what's going on now. What are we talking about?
And so what is the difference between where we started with tropical health and where we are today with global public health?
I don't know.
Well, in terms of the structures, absolutely nothing.
Nothing has changed since the time of colonial Britain and malaria? Is that it? Okay.
Nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed.
Because today, our global health structures and our programs still operate on the notion that we need to provide money to somebody else.
What? You mean like pay doctors?
And the priorities are set by the donors, and they're set by countries, and they're set by people who are mainly white in the North.
The health structures in African countries are set by white people now, in the majority. The health structures in China are set by white people now. Okay.
It allows us to talk about people as beneficiaries of our money, as targets of our interventions.
It sounds more like it allows us to talk about people in terms of skin color first and foremost, and having a value or a villainy first and foremost.
It allows us to look at a Black, brown, or indigenous life as an outcome or a goal.
What?
It allows us to make money off of Black bodies.
I pay my medical insurance. What the heck? Yeah.
What? What is that? What the fuck is that?
Everybody pays for health insurance, lady. Everybody pays for getting sick. The medical industry thrives on humans being ill. It does not discriminate on the basis of skin color when it comes to paying the bill. Just to be poetic for a second, I guess, but okay. All right, well, the question I will probably ask throughout all of this, you've set up the problem. What is your suggested solution?
And I include myself in this because I've worked in the global north now for 25 years.
Oh, so you're part of the problem?
Right? We make money off of Black bodies in the way our global health system and our structures work.
Okay, so do you draw a paycheck from any kind of medical institution by any chance? If so, why?
So white supremacy is part of every part of our work in global public health.
Then why are you involved in it? How are you involved in it? Why are you allowed to even take a step into a room dealing with it?
Because it's in our systems. And yes, granted, we talk about equity and inclusion and country ownership and stakeholders and bringing everyone together.
Yeah, well, equity and inclusion, that's diversity, equity, inclusion, that is now on the board as well. Boy, this card is getting messy. This is getting messy.
But what we don't talk about are how our structures and our daily operations are actually racist.
Right. So this is the anti-racism belief. Racism is in all things, all systems, all people, at all times, for all things. And yet somehow our speaker has had 25 years in public health, and unless she tells us otherwise, has yet to be kicked out by the white supremacist majority, right?
Actually sit in white supremacist culture.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to change.
Okay. Well, how do you suggest it be changed? What would you like to implement? What systems would you like to put into place or deconstruct to make this great change?
So what does that look like in terms of health?
Okay, now it's synced correctly. Okay, there must have been something wrong with their audio in those other segments or something, because now it's working fine. That's bizarre.
Well, there are quite a few different aspects when you come to racism and health and white supremacist culture in our systems.
Okay.
And one of the best ways to think about this is to start with, what is the impact on my body? What is the impact on a person who is Black, brown, or indigenous?
Right. What's the impact on anybody who's not those things is irrelevant. Okay, tell me more about how you're trying to avoid a racist philosophy again.
Well, systematic reviews in the United States and Australia have found that racism has an impact on our mental health.
How do you measure racism as an impact on mental health? I actually did a TEDx on this many years ago, a scripted TEDx. I forget what it was called. It was something like something diagnosis or something like that. And the speaker came out and he started talking about the Harvard class of 1960 something or whatever, and how all the Black members of the graduating class died too young or something. And he brought up one guy having died of a blood clot at age 65 or something. And then he jumped to the blood clot was caused by racism. I'm not kidding. He tried to tie a guy dying of a blood clot to racism. He never proved it. He just kind of put these two things alongside of each other and just assumed the audience would make that connection. But that's what happened. So I've heard this story before, or something similar.
Producing depression, anxiety, psychological stress. But not only that, it actually has an impact on our overall general health.
Please tell me about a blood clot. If you tell me about a blood clot, I'm going to feel like a prophet here.
In the types of diseases that we acquire and the conditions that we face.
Blood clot?
So you could be me, Colleen Daniels, ordinary woman, Black woman from South Africa, or you could be Oprah Winfrey, very influential Black American woman, and the impact of racism on our bodies is the same.
Really? The impact of racism on Oprah Winfrey's body is the same as you? I'm pretty sure Oprah could probably afford better medical care than you could, if it came down to that. So where's the disparity there and what's caused it?
Our access to services might be different.
Yeah, and why is that? Is that white privilege? Okay, contradicts own point or argument. Yeah, health outcomes are different for people on the basis of what again? Is it really skin color? Is it class by any chance more so than anything else? Could it be? Could it be?
But the impact on our bodies is the same.
Oh, how have you measured that? What medical conditions do you and Oprah Winfrey share equitably because of the force of racism upon your bodies? Are you going to provide us any examples? Do you have a medical report on Oprah Winfrey that you can put up alongside your own? Anything? Any metrics? Any studies? How do you measure this?
And so we need to realize that racism is not just an individual act of meanness. It is systemic, but it also has a physical impact on us. And we see this when we think of the way that pain, for example, pain assessment is treated and diagnosed in people who are Black, Brown, or Indigenous.
It's assessed in people. People, regardless of their skin color. But okay, all right. How do you measure the pain of racism person to person? I'm still waiting to hear how you've arrived at this conclusion and what evidence you have for it.
So in the United States, in 2016, there was a study of first and second year medical students.
Oh no, I've heard this one before. And 50% of the students believed that certain demographics felt less pain than others, or vice versa, right?
And 50% of them believed that Black people had thicker skin and had less pain than white people.
And 50% didn't believe that. So...
And this came from an idea and a concept that a man, a plantation owner, a slave owner who was also a physician named Thomas Hamilton came up with when he was experimenting on one of his slaves named John Brown.
And the other 50% of medical students... Okay, so it was a coin flip. Something demonstrably and obviously untrue. I mean, don't get me wrong, if that study was true, if that survey was accurate, and I don't know how the survey was conducted, but I've heard of it before, that is not a very comforting thought. It's true. But what does that tell you? And what were the races of all the students that answered these questions? Were any of the students that didn't believe this white? Were any of the students that did believe this not white? That part I never really got any clarification on.
Where he would blister his skin to prove that Black skin was thicker than white.
Mm-hmm.
So those biological biases come through in all parts of our work.
All parts? Then why did the other 50% of students not believe that? What was the racial makeup of this test, the study of the respondents? Some guy I've never heard of before, a plantation owner, he informed those 50% of students what to think on the subject? That's it?
We see it in the race, in our diagnostics and our treatments. A lot of diagnostic tools don't work on Black, Brown, and Indigenous people. It doesn't work on our skin color.
Is that because of light, or is that because of racism?
Treatments don't work on us.
Like?
Because diagnostics and treatments today are set against a standard for white men.
Such as?
Not even white women, white men.
Such as? I'm willing to believe it, but I first need an example. Give me an active example.
And that is something we need to also look at and change.
Okay, there was a determination made many years ago about tests done with test dummies in car crashes. And it was discovered, quote unquote, even though it was obvious, that for many, many, many decades, when it came down to designing cars around an adult body, nearly every test dummy was just a male adult analog. It didn't take into account a smaller adult. It didn't take into account a pregnant adult, that kind of thing. And so there were actual, demonstrable, systemic, sexist, at least functionally speaking, problems in auto safety. I mean, there's an active example of something that you can point at and say, yeah, in fact, this process favored men over women by a matter of system. You know, that was a legitimate complaint. Our 25 years of experience public health expert is on the stage and says these things, but there's not even at least one off the top of her head example that she could provide us. I'm not saying there aren't any. I'm just curious as to why she wouldn't give one.
It means that we have to understand at all the different levels.
By not giving us any example. Okay, leaves out vital context. Circle in that one. Jeez, Lisa.
What racism means on our health.
You have to give us examples. An active example. That one survey leaves out a lot of information. You're saying that there are processes or diagnostics that are racist inherently, leaves out a lot of information. Unless it was on that card. Here's the problem. Okay, let me back up just a second here. Okay, we only see her visual aids in the wide shot. In the wide shot, you can't read the text for the most part. I'm going to do my best with the thing she had up. Race-based diagnostics harm patients. And then there's a big block of text I can't read. Race correction and the X-ray machine. The controversy over increased radiation doses for Black Americans in 1968. So do you mean to tell me that safety standards and the use of X-ray machines hasn't changed at all since 1968? I mean, that doesn't indemnify anybody who was harmed or anybody who did harm back in 1968, but isn't that a little stale for an example? And that's the only one I can read off of the card that she had up. So I don't know what the rest of that slide says. And she obviously didn't decide to voice any of it. Even that example, the X-ray part.
So,
and now the next one, just because I don't know what she's going to bring. Global, what is that? Global health. Now, I don't know what that says. I can't read it. It's blurred out. It's blurred out by the glare.
So where are the global health organizations? If we have an impact on Black, Brown, and Indigenous people in our bodies, and we have an impact and we see systemic racism in our institutions, what does that actually look like, though?
Well, since you've already accepted that as fact without question, and it's just a belief system that needs to be there for any of this to work, I don't know. And also, I'm going to circle word salad. Circle in that one as well. Okay.
Well, it looks like this. You have 38% of all global health organizations in North America. You have a whopping 46% of them in Western Europe. And yet all the work that they do is for the global South. If you look at Africa, where so many interventions and programs are, for example, HIV and tuberculosis, where in our areas that I work in, it's 7%.
So do you mean to tell me that those areas of the world with populations and a GDP and wealth that are greatest and most concentrated have more resources to then export to lesser well-off parts of the world? That's okay.
If you look at the governing bodies, so the boards of these organizations, 77% of them come from high-income countries.
I can believe it, because they can afford to put together such organizations and fund them. So
In funding bodies, that rises to 82%. And it means that only 2.5% of board seats are actually people from low and middle income countries.
Okay, so you want to reserve seats on health organization boards for people from countries that are low income? Is that it? I don't know. I don't know what she's proposing.
And out of everybody who sits on a board for these organizations, 51% of them are either American or British.
Okay, so do you want to have a, I don't know, nationality test on who can sit on a board seat, and a geolocation test, or I guess GDP test on who can sit on a board seat?
So that's the kind of systemic white supremacist institutions we are dealing with today.
Okay, so if you're an American or a Brit, you're automatically a white supremacist. Oh, okay. I mean, if you say so.
So if all the global health organizations are in the north,
they're all in the north? Didn't your map show that there were places all over the world, some more prevalent than others? But okay, they're all in the north now.
Where does the money go?
Well, that is a good question. Where does the money go? Does the money end up in, I don't know, corrupt governments in the global south?
Well, if you looked at the National Institutes of Health Fogarty grants in the United States, you'll see that 70% of the money and in the grants go to American and high-income country institutions. At Wellcome in the United Kingdom, you have 73% of the international portfolio supporting UK-based firms.
Because obviously no one in the US and no one in the UK could benefit from health grants, I guess.
Almost 80% of USAID's contracts and grants go to American firms.
Uh-huh.
And a whopping 88.4% of grants that under Bill and Melinda Gates go to the global north.
And where do those, and the services and supplies and resources being paid for to those north organizations, where do those then end up? Because if I fund Doctors Without Borders in America, that money may go to an organization located or headquartered in America, but where then do those services go elsewise? I mean, if you're going to say they don't go anywhere outside the borders of the US or the UK, and you can show that, okay, I'll, I've got orthopedic shoes on, I stand corrected, but my brain is glitching on this one.
So not only do we have the power sitting in the north, but we have control of the money sitting in the north.
That's where wealthy nations are wealthier than other nations. You're correct. What has that got to do with anything? So okay, all right, okay. That's your complaint. That's a problem. What do you propose to be done to solve it? We're now just about halfway through your presentation. Actually, we are halfway through your presentation, just a slightly over. All right, you've stated a litany of problems and complaints about the way things are. At some point here, you have to start listing off what you think needs to be done to solve them. You do. I'm also going to circle, I know it's a little light on, but child or family endo, she talked about where she grew up in South Africa. So I'm going to circle that one. It doesn't really do much for the sake of getting us to a bingo, but it was a thing that happened.
Which means that the priorities are set by the donors.
So American organizations should not care about American populations. UK organizations should not care about UK or European or whatever we're talking about populations. What are you suggesting be done?
So you can go into Benin. I'm going to pick Benin because I spoke to a colleague there a couple months ago, and I said, tell me about your priorities. What are they?
What is... I don't know what Benin is. Is that a country? Is that an organization? What?
And they listed the priorities, and I said, well, then tell me what the programs are.
Okay, I'm assuming it's some kind of public health organization. I don't have a reference for that.
And they said, well, we don't have any programming because no donor wants to fund that.
Why?
But we are going to do these programs because this is what the donor will fund.
So someone isn't allowed to direct where their funds go and to what projects? People just give money blindly to organizations? Is that what you're advocating for?
So that idea of country ownership, that idea of engagement with people in countries is actually a fallacy.
Oh, thank you, Kieverdam. Country in West Africa. Okay, I don't know. I mean, I have many country names logged in my head, but that one didn't click, so I didn't know what she was talking about. And hey, oh boy, okay.
Because the global north wants to see and maintain a system that is set on charity and philanthropy, on aid and donations, development assistance, saviorism, and dependency.
So do you not want money from the global north now? Or it's tainted or something?
But in the global south, the way we want it.
The way we... Oh, okay. Well, collectivize his own demographic. And also mind reading assumes motives. Circling those two. If I didn't already, let's see. Where's there it is. It's starting to get a little hard to read the squares now. Okay.
We want it to be systematically incorporated in human rights, in equity and social justice, in reparations, something nobody in global public health and in drug policy, which I'll talk about in a minute, wants to talk about.
Nobody associated with global public health wants to talk about reparations? Okay, well, I have done a few videos in the past of people commenting on their public health degrees and so on that I'm pretty sure have no problem talking about reparations. That might be me reading some minds, but it might be also be an educated guess.
In autonomy and respect, it's self-determination and self-sustenance.
Self-determination, and yet someone who donates money to be directed to a specific thing that you don't agree with is wrong. An organization located in a particular part of the world is doing something wrong by then turning those services into that particular part of the world. Oh, but we want to be, self-determination and everything. Oh, okay.
And I was talking about this to a colleague in another organization a few months ago, and she said, well, she's the executive director of this organization. She's a white woman. And she said, well,
what does her race have to do with it? Why can't her opinion stand on its own? Why do you have to bring up her race? Why is it important to you to put her race into it?
well, do you want me to leave my job? And I said, yes.
Wait, let me back up.
Which I'll talk about in a minute, wants to talk about. In autonomy and respect, it's self-determination and self-sustenance. And I was talking about this to a colleague in another organization a few months ago, and
you're talking to your colleague about self-determination?
And she said, well, she's the executive director of this organization. She's a white woman. And she said, well, do you want me to leave my job? And I said, yes, actually, yes, that's what you need to do. You need to consider how you transition out of your position in 3 to 5 years to enable someone from the global south, where all your work is, to be able to take that position.
Wow.
Wowie fucking wow.
This is me not being surprised. But all the same, I mean, I'm both glad for and slightly bewildered by her bluntness. That's something right there. That's something right there. Self-determination, etc. No, you need to quit because you're the wrong color and you come from the wrong place. How progressive.
And if you can't do that, then you should at the very least, consider how you can have a co-executive director who is from the global south.
And you, I'm just guessing from your words previously, you were against apartheid, right?
So it doesn't mean that white people are going to lose out on something.
No. It's just that lady needs to lose out on her career that she's probably had decades in to become the executive director of an organization and so on. No, she's not going to lose out on anything by guilt tripping her into quitting her job so that a person who looks the correct way to you has that position. No.
It just means that we all win at the end.
I mean, I guess our speaker's opinion of white people might be a bit skewed by the historical truths about South Africa. That could be so. That could be where her hatred comes from. Doesn't justify it, but I could understand where it might come from. But her determinations of what should be done to correct the wrongs of the world, man, it sure sounds like some of that old-time religion, if you get my meaning.
So you might think that these policies and systems only work in global public health.
What? You mean being systemically racist against white people? No. I believe they exist elsewhere too.
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah.
Drug policy is probably one of the most repressive that we've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And in 1994...
1994. And 2004, 2014. So nearly 30 years ago. Okay.
John Ehrlichman, who was an assistant secretary for domestic affairs under the Nixon White House.
Yes.
He was talking about how they had managed to control the anti-war left and the civil rights movement, which Nixon saw as two of the biggest problems in 1968 when he took over.
1994. Okay.
And so John Ehrlichman said, well, we couldn't make being anti-war or black illegal. That wouldn't work in that time. But what we could do is we could associate the anti-war left, they call them the hippies, with cannabis. And we can associate the blacks who are working on civil rights with heroin. And what we can do is we can criminalize those drugs. So we can criminalize substances, which would then enable us to go in and criminalize those populations. We could then break up their meetings. We had a legal basis to break up their meetings. We had a legal basis to vilify them on the news every single day. This drug policy that...
do you mean to tell me that the Nixon administration was corrupt? Wow.
Set the stage, was really set by the United States, has been exported around the world.
So other countries are doing the same things? Separate from the United States? Oh, okay.
And we see this in so many countries where that drug policy...
Are any of these countries not majority white populations?
That was situated in oppression and subjugation and racism is now being implemented globally.
So it is a useful tool for oppressive or authoritarian regimes, you say? Okay, I can believe it.
And it's wild because, you know, if you think of the history, for example, of Western countries, so many of them went to war in the 1800s and early 1900s to protect the drug trade because they were making so much income from it.
Yeah, and I'm sure that our government has never profited off of the drug trade. Uh-huh. And I'm sure other countries that are totally never anything other than white profit off of drugs and the drug trade today.
You think of the Dutch in what is now Indonesia.
I could think of the Dutch. I'm thinking of some other places.
And you think of the British going to war against China to protect the opium trade because they were making that much money.
I'm not thinking of. No, I'm thinking of some other. Are there any places I don't know today? Any countries, governments, or quasi-governments run by particular gangs or I don't know, what do they call it? Cartels? You want to bring up at all?
And then the United States came in and American imperialism took over. Because the United States now had colonies.
Yeah.
And they wanted, and they could see that they really couldn't control people in the Philippines. And they couldn't control the natives building the canal in Panama because people were using substances that they didn't want them to.
Okay, so people should use drugs? What?
So they started the criminalization of those drugs. Cannabis in the Philippines, cannabis and other native drugs that native indigenous people used in Panama. And this was their way of being able to control those populations.
Okay, so you're arguing for the legalization of drugs. Is that it?
So this system and policy of control is what was then exported around the world.
And other countries that aren't necessarily run by white people implemented them. Okay. Where are we going with the? Okay, when do we get to here are my proposed solutions?
And we see it, for example, in disproportionate policing of Black, brown, and indigenous people.
Yeah, there's no disproportionate policing in any other countries at all. It's okay.
Or in the United States, Black people are 5 times more likely to be incarcerated than white people. In the United Kingdom, it is 8 times more likely that a Black person will be stopped and searched than a white person. In Rio, in Brazil, in 2018.
Whoa! A country that's not in the global north? What?
80% of all people killed by police were Black.
And what was the color of the police force?
So what does that mean for you in this room?
I have absolutely no idea. I'm waiting for you to propose your solutions to these problems you've listed off. I mean, you've already given us a hint, at least slightly, to one of them. If you have a person in a position of authority in an organization who is white and from the wrong part of the planet, they need to quit and give their job to somebody who is not white and from a different part of the planet. But, I mean, that only suggests as to what you think should be done. I'd rather hear something more concrete.
Well, it means you have to be on a journey from active allyship to co-conspirator.
From active allyship to co-conspirator. Okay.
And what does that mean? Well,
I don't know.
You know, today I'll give you a good example. If you're
what? An example? What? Be still, my heart. Be still, mein Herz. An example. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Okay, let me center myself. Lay it on me.
If you're an active ally, then you would support donations of COVID vaccines to the Global South.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
Right?
That's how I prove my worthiness. Okay.
If you were a co-conspirator, you would ask for patents and technology to be transferred to the Global South so that people in the Global South could manufacture their own vaccines.
Oh, you mean take away Pfizer and Moderna's profit center? No, we can't do that. We can't do that. We can't. I mean, don't get me wrong. Making biosciences open source instead of trying to charge people out the wazoo for things. I'm not against that. So, I mean, on this point, at least in sentiment, in principle, I agree with her on. On that point, I will agree. In principle. Not necessarily in this specificity, but in principle. Okay. That's a dig against the pharmaceutical companies, so I can get on board with that. The costs of healthcare in this world, in this country. Yeah. Okay. At some in my ideals of ideals, I would think that public health is and should be considered a public good, both in the sentimental sense, but also in the sort of product sense, and that ridiculously gross profits and restrictive information that could help people and save lives, in principle. Yeah. So I'm doing my best here, guys. I'm doing my best.
It means that you have to choose to become anti-racist.
Oh, gee, no. Oh, no. Oh, man. Just for a second, there was a glimmering light of common ground. Just a sliver on which my fingertips could find purchase as I try to climb this mountain. And then all of a sudden, like an event inside of Sylvester Stallone's Cliffhanger, I am falling once again. But I'm not surprised.
Vocally, verbally, actively. I used to work at a UN agency called the Stop TB Partnership, where I faced horrific racism.
The what? The Stop TB Partnership, tuberculosis. Okay, all right.
And I wrote an article about it in Medium. It was then picked up by the New York Times.
Medium? Oh, man. Remember all the Medium articles we used to read on Lords of the Night? I think they were mostly sent to us by Frosted Glass. Oh, Medium. What an absolute font of excellent journalism and clear thinking.
And there was a big investigation. And let me tell you what happened to the racists and the bullies who, because I raised the racism, had an issue.
Okay, what happened?
And they talked, they're still in their jobs.
Really? In this day and age? I'm not going to know in this presentation, but I have to ask, did your complaints have any merit to them?
They're still there. I resigned because I couldn't take it anymore. But
what did they do? We're not going to hear it, are we? We're not going to be given any examples of exactly what happened, but okay.
They're still there, and they still get funding.
Yeah.
And their salaries are still paid by American and Canadian taxpayers.
And you know that they're racists because why? You said so? Why is it so difficult to give an active example of what you're talking about? What diagnostic processes are inherently racist? What racism took place against you that these individuals should no longer have their jobs? Because just a few minutes ago, I heard you saying that someone should quit their job because they were the wrong skin color from the wrong side of town. So I don't know. I'm having a hard time necessarily giving you a whole lot of credibility on this issue.
So unless you decide to choose to stand up and say something and choose to be a co-conspirator, things will not change.
So if that lady chooses not to quit her job because you told her to, she's a bad person. And she's perpetuating racism just for existing. Okay.
And it means that, yes, we all do that cost-benefit analysis of, is this something that I can speak up about? Will I be hurt? Won't I be hurt? And a lot of white people come up to me and say, oh, but it's so uncomfortable. And I say, well, get comfortable with your discomfort.
Oh, we're bringing out all the hits for this one. Yes. Get comfortable with having uncomfortable conversations.
Because that's how we feel on a daily basis.
Right. We, the royal we. Did I already circle collective? I did. Okay.
And so Lila Watson, who's an Aboriginal elder from Australia, said, if you have come to help me, you are wasting your time.
Well, that's a positive, encouraging message.
But if you have come because your liberation is bound up in mine, then we can work together.
So if I'm fine, you don't want my help if I want to offer my help. But I don't know. I don't know what that means. But just thinking about it for a second, and if anybody in the chat's already been yelling at me about this, I apologize. I've been paying attention to the talk. When she started talking about global disparities in funding and this, that, or the other, you know what? I'm going to take that as a wage gap argument or point. And as a result of that.
Oh, won't somebody please?
Bingo. B-I-N-G-O.
Okay!
Right?
So that is another bingo. We only got about a minute left. Okay, here we go.
And that's what you can do. You can choose to be part of the co-liberation of all of us in the same boat together.
What does that mean, co-liberation? You're not going to accept my help if I'm here to help, but only if I'm there to liberate myself. I mean, maybe there's some context to that lady's quote that would tell me, but I don't know what that's supposed to mean. So I cannot just donate my time and or money and or services or whatever out of the goodness of my heart. I have to, presume to know your struggle in some way before you'll accept my help? I don't know.
You can choose to be a co-conspirator.
I could choose to do what you tell me to without question. It's true.
I just want to say thank you to some amazing people who are doing work, a lot of beautiful and amazing intellectual minds that I just want to mention here.
Was this list created with any kind of racial filter by any chance?
Thank you all so much for having me.
Oh, she wait, what was that? Somebody said something.
Me.
Good job.
I think somebody said good job, I think. Oh yeah, her thanking people was just putting up a slide with a bunch of names on it. So there you go. Okay. All right. I'm about at the end of my rope. I don't know about you. Here is the bingo card. I think I'm having an LSD trip just looking at it. All right, I'm going to go over it one more time myself, and if you have arguments for squares that have not already been circled in lavender, that's the dividing line now. Hold on to them. All right, sales pitch for product or service. Did she ever name her organization? Did she ever promote one organization as a positive? I don't think she ever said where she was coming from. I don't think so. Charles says, plays victim. Yeah, well, in the absence of any other information and given her own rhetoric towards a fellow public health official, I'm circling plays victim for her having quit her job because of claims of racism. I have a hard time believing the legitimacy of whatever she had to say about that. Microaggressions, unconscious bias, certainly. If not ones that she cited against herself or demographic, it's certainly the ones that she put towards others in the course of that talk. Patriarchy. She did bring up men at some point, didn't she? Like too many men in positions, didn't she? Like in the organizations. I don't want to jump the gun on that one. Hold on if you've got an example. Let's see, weightless example. Weightless example. My mind is so roiling now with all these talks and things. I might need some help on that one. I could believe that there's one in there. Wage gap already covered. Oh yeah, I got to circle free space. Got to circle free space. Okay. Feminism. Not explicitly. Marginalization. Yes, I think that was part and parcel with her indigenous example and other such things. And also when she's talking percentages of people on board seats and things like that. A list. Yes, she had a list, at least in sense of the different countries and things that had funding and those that didn't, and so on. White supremacy recovered word salad. Yeah. Self-vilification or wretchedness. No, at no point was she the bad guy. Even when she was being the bad guy, she wasn't the bad guy. Argumentative non sequitur. Peggy McIntosh. Just Peggy McIntosh as an overall. Anyway, attempt to coin new buzzword buzz phrase. No, she didn't say anything new. Benevolent condescension. Oh yeah, be a co-conspirator, right? Be an ally. You're a bad person unless you do what I say, and then you can like become a co-conspirator. Like, good gravy. And oh no, I didn't, because not the sales pitch. I almost said that made a new bingo with the lavender, but sales pitch for product or service. No. Let's see. An anecdote that probably never happened. Can I believe that she told a white lady to quit her job? Yes. The racism in the workplace. And the lack of examples and nothing, and the diagnostics and things. And again, if there are active examples of these things in real life, great. But for the sake of the presentation, she didn't give us anything to grab onto. No examples. Nothing to back up her claim. And leaves out vital context where it did. Okay, so that's what I have. So really it comes down to attempt to coin new buzzword buzz phrase, sales pitch for product or service, self-vilification, feminism, and patriarchy. That's what's left in order to get any bingos out of this. So if you have arguments for squares to be circled, hold on to them, because unfortunately, reality strikes again, and I need to use the facilities. So I'll be right back, guys. I apologize. Okay, and we're back. All right, everybody. This is the last chance saloon for any arguments for squares to be circled. I'm going to the chat now. Be sure to put your argument in the chat and tag me in it if you can. That'd make it a bit clearer. And if I missed it before, please just repost it. I'll try to get to them all as much as I can. All right. Let's see. Arguments. Anything I see here. All right. Advocates Diablo, Scribelight. She self-vilified when talking about even she at one time was part of the problem since she worked for, was paid by some of these organizations that were the problem. Did she say that? I'm not trying to be jokey about it. My brain is so scrambled right now. Did she say that? And somebody else back that up, please. And not that I don't believe you, Advocates. I just want to make sure, trust but verify, all that good stuff. Okay. Waitlist examples. Student survey on pain. First-year medical students who have just begun the learning process are not indicative of doctors who've completed it. Means nothing. Yeah, and she never came back to that, did she? She never really. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay. So, somebody back up Advocatus on the self-vilification part, and I'll circle waitlist example because that's true. Yeah, and like I said, also the invisible knapsack stuff and all that BS. Let's see. Did I wash my hands? Yes, I did, Mr. Tickle Trunk. I did. I swear. And I swear. Spittlebuggies, patriarchy because apartheid and white men is standard for medication and medical care. Plus, men created the medical systems and donations distribution. Also, oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! You're right. You're right. You're so right. You are so right. And so, with that, can you believe it? I think I can. But let me get to the right window here. Just for a second. I got so many things.
Give me a bingo, Vasily. One bingo only, please.
Right?
Yeah! I had a dog, and his name was... What? I had a dog, and his name was...
Bingo!
Of course!
Double bingo on the downside and across the board. Okay. All right. Other arguments for squares to be circled. Let's see. Derek LaRue. She did say something about white men. Yeah, she did. Yep, she did. That part I do remember. Scribelight, she said saviorism, new buzz phrase. I don't think that's hers. And it wasn't predicated with something I like to call. I think I've heard that before too. So yeah, no, it's not used often, but I don't think that's a new one. Can anybody back up Advocatus on self-vilification? Anybody else? Because I'm not doubting that it happened. I just can't remember that's how she classified it. I mean, she did talk about working for these organizations, and I did bring up why are you taking money from them then? If they're so terrible, if they're so rife with white supremacy. Spittlebuggy says, yes, she did self-vilify. Okay. Let's see, Spittlebuggy's Assassin of the Gray. All right. Okay. I will give in to peer pressure, unlike all the other times in my life where I never jumped off the bridge, even though everybody else was doing it. This one time, on this special day, this special occasion, if nothing else, we have at least one more.
Ooh, that's a bingo.
Right?
Yeah!
And there you go, a bingo. Attempt to coin new buzzword, buzz phrase, and feminism. Who would have thought those would bring us down from a blackout? But it didn't happen in the first talk, didn't happen in the second, didn't happen in the third, did not happen in the fourth. But that's still pretty good. I mean, that took 4 TEDx's to get us to that point. That's still remarkable, and especially with all the overlaps. So if nothing else, this tells me that the bingo cards, more or less, are fairly well optimized for TEDx talks, right? To see all these similar themes and argumentative points or failings show up so many times amongst so many things. I feel at least vindicated and justified in that point. But that's something else. Let's see. We got something else here. What's this? Just Paul, fourth fucking. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that was the fourth TEDx in this marathon, and we're just over the 4-hour mark, which I think is fair enough. I'm running out of voice to be able to continue. So I think, guys, I'm going to call that here. I want to thank everybody for joining me for this extravaganza, this special Memorial Day weekend TEDx marathon. I also want to again remind to look at the top of the chat box to the link to the Gary Sinise Foundation for Veterans and their families. If you could donate to that, that would be very much appreciated. If you can't, but you can share the link out on social media, please consider doing that as well. I'll be making a donation as soon as I'm done here. Speaking of which, everybody who donated, thank you guys so much for your generosity, whether it's to myself or to the Veterans Charity there, or any Veterans Charity this weekend that you might choose. Thank you so much. Moderators, thank you for keeping an eye on things, even though everyone here is so well behaved and so participatory and so supportive one to another and of this entire endeavor. Thank you so much for your time and your patience and everything. Programming note, I will not be having a Sunday stream. I'm taking Sunday and Monday off to have and enjoy the fullness of the 3-day weekend, save for this, of course. Next TEDx will be Thursday as usual. The next Living on Borrowed Crime, Saturday, June 10th at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Eastern time. That's to account for one of my guests' locations in the European area. I'll be having on The Disturbing Truth, Dave's Lemonade, and Stay Awake. It's going to be a great show, and I've gotten a great response from the episode number 4 with Matt Orchard and Dave's Lemonade. Really good. Please share that episode out. Share the playlist out. I'd like to get more traction for that show to hopefully get the attention of other true crime content creators and have them on as things go. I'm really hoping to turn that into a thing, like a weekly or bi-weekly thing, and have a set like group of panelists I can just invite on at random and have a good series out of it. So I'm hoping for that to develop, and I appreciate your help in doing so. All that being said, everybody, thank you again for joining me. I hope you have a great rest of your Saturday. If you have Monday off, I hope you have a great day off. If you don't, I hope you enjoy your weekend either way and have a great week ahead of you. I'll see you guys on Thursday at the earliest, unless something comes up and I have something to say elsewise, but keep an eye on that. Follow me on Twitter, scribe_light. Please hit the like button on the way out. And if you have something else to say, please leave a comment on the video after it's posted. All of it, apparently, supposedly helps out the algorithm. Everyone, I hope you are all safe and well. If you are not well, please get well soon, and I'll see you on the next one. Take care. Bye-bye.